before we begin, so still feel free to have breakfast. It will be served up until noon, so there's plenty of food and lots of warm drinks. So feel free. So a little bit of housekeeping. If you'd like to use the washroom, it's on my right. So if you take that turn, you'll see it's marked, so you won't miss it. So yeah, if you'd like to go to the washroom, you can go there. And if you need anything else, feel free to come to me. I'll help you out with that. So if our judges would take their seats so that we can begin. Kabangi and Asha Dixon. Oh, yeah, it's right here. Yeah. So to introduce our judges, we have Julius Kabangi, who is the co-founder at Antara Health. Julius, wave. You can wave. You can. We have Dixon Ukanga. Yeah. Yes, who's a software developer at Honor. And we have just Dixon. And Asha Ali. Asha is an alumni of class of 2019, but she's also an application analyst at MSI. Yeah. So today, as I said, it's pitch day for class of 2023. This is basically when the program culminates to this. This is their mini graduation before their actual graduation. So it's a requirement for them to graduate, so they have all the nerves today. They are very nervous, but it's worth it. We have 17 different groups who are going to come and present today. Different sectors, so there's healthcare, there is education, really exciting projects, I promise. They've worked hard in the last couple of months. It's been stressful, sleepless nights. They've been stressed out by Linda. And the trainers, not just Linda, but it's worth it. It's nice to see that when they came in January, these are not things that they could do. They were not familiar with it, but then for them to stand here today and be able to, from start to finish, build something and present, it's fascinating to actually see that. So we'll begin with the first group. As I said, there are 17. It won't be boring. It'll be very entertaining. So we'll begin with, give me 1 minute as I pull. Atembo, who will come on stage and take it away. So Atembo, the stage is yours.
Good morning, everyone. Food insecurity is a state when an individual lacks consistent access to adequate food in order to meet their dietary needs for a healthy life. Why is this important? Earlier this year, severe drought left about 5.4 million Kenyans without access to adequate food and water. This meant that more households were left facing food insecurity at emergency levels. Young children and lactating mothers were left facing acute malnutrition throughout the course of the year. And with the continued long-term effects of drought, it left the country's social and economic state at stake. And it led us to ask ourselves, how might we enhance productivity and sustainability of urban farms in order to address food insecurity amidst the high cost of living?
So for us to better understand the problem, we visited 3 CBOs and 10 households. Our aim was to understand how best these people are trying to solve for the problem and also the challenges they had at hand. So 80% of the households we visited, they were practicing kitchen gardening. And then across all the 3 CBOs, they were practicing kitchen gardening and animal husbandry. When it comes to the challenge they were facing, then space was a big problem because we understand these places are so populated. And then finding a place for them to partake such a practice was a challenge.
To address food insecurity, we came up with UrbanVAD. UrbanVAD is an IoT-based system that supports rearing of fish, animal keeping, and hydroponics, which is the planting of crops to that soil. The system is symbiotically integrated, whereby plants and animals support each other. The system adopted the chicken coop design that 80% of people who practice poultry farming in urban areas have. It covers 1,000 by 400 centimeters of area to maximize food production in the small spaces available.
And these are the reasons why urban VAD is the ideal choice for sustainable farming. Urban VAD enable farmers to practice off-season farming and 3 different farming practices, that is hydroponic, aquaponic, and rearing of chicken, which help them to utilize the small spaces they have in their areas. In addition, a farmer will minimize on the cost of buying new material, since urban VAD involve the use of already existing material like used pipes, timbers, and wire mesh.
So urban VAD will not only help us fight food insecurity, but also directly contribute to the SDGs, which is zero hunger, good health and well-being, and number 12, responsible production and consumption. So we are working towards agriculture because we believe the future of agriculture lies in sustainability through profitability. Thank you. And now we would like to welcome our judges to have a look at our product, urban VAD.
You mentioned you visited CBOs. I think there was a mention of SDGs. What are the CBOs?
They are community-based organizations that they help we visited 3 in Dandora, Korogosho, and then Babadogo. So these are communities where they practice this kind of practices for urban farming. So all the 3 that we visited, they were having annual and hydroponic, and some they were using chicken plants or anything like plastics, shoes, anything. So we wanted, our aim was to understand how do they tackle. We found out that there are these CBOs that help them and provide food for them, and they also sell at a cheaper price to them.
So what's the addition from what you planned? What's your addition?
So for them, they had these practices each in different places. So they didn't have all them integrated in one. And this one is able to sustain each other. So they will have plants separate with animals as well. So it's a program where it's farm water throughout the system. So that is like our major addition.
Yeah, also plus in the CBOs, they practice the different types of farming in different spaces, so it was taking a lot of space, and we wanted to solve for people living in informal settlements here in the urban sector. They had small spaces, so we came up with a system that could support all the 3 types of farming within a small space.
You're saying I can put this in my balcony apartment?
Yes.
Yes.
From the judges? No. Thank you. Thank you. We are live on YouTube, so if you know anyone who is not here who would still want to be part of it, they can go to our page. That's Akira Chicks Kenya, and they'll be able to follow the pitch. So the next group we have Tiwagi, but they are being mic'd, so we'll just have a bit of entertainment in the meantime.
Cheki dem yako na kutoka, wananitanga Maradona, jumu wakata nikisonga, usipandishe mrembo boda boda, hiyo ndo siku ya mwisho utamwona, usiulize kani ligonga, niulize kile niliona, ai akema mama sare dry fry, na kupigana bila munda, vidole mbili weka pisa, hizo zingine weka inside. You know I pull up like a G. Shorty ameweza, she's a free. Hakunanga kitu ya free. Nakusanya na kali real. Lifestyle. You know they love me for the life. Nita Illuminati kumbe life. Unasema ni bangi kumbe life. Top team in the big propellers. Haga big imeja kwa daraj. Nena clap, nena clap, nena clap.
Good morning, everyone. Bee farming is an adventure that is coming up in Kenya that a lot of bee farmers are picking up to enhance sustainable farming practices. Sakuda is a large-scale bee farmer that resides in Kajiado. He has about 400 beehives that he needs to do inspection on them three times a week for each hive. This is really costly. It takes up much of his time and also energy, since making him not realize the profits that he should be realizing. 3 months ago, we visited his farm, and we noticed that he was not realizing the profits that his large-scale bee farming should be giving him. As problem solvers, we asked ourselves, how might we improve bee farming to large-scale bee farmers and Sakuda so as to enhance their honey output production?
Kenya has the potential to produce 125,000 tons of honey annually as per the Ministry of Agriculture. However, only 25,000 is produced. This is just 20%, leaving a whole 80% unexplored. For Kenyan farmers, keeping an eye on humidity and temperature is very essential for the well-being and productivity of bees. Based on our research, we found out that when the temperature is high and the humidity low, it leads to growth of mold and fungi, which causes harmful toxins that kill the bees. It also leads to flooding and drowning of bees, since a lot of condensation is formed within the hive. On the other hand, when the temperature is low and the humidity high, it leads to spoilage of honey, as it is a hygroscopic substance, meaning that it requires a certain amount of moisture to crystallize. It also leads to the desiccation of the bees' eggs, because they require a certain amount of moisture to survive.
To address this challenge, we built Hive Sasa. What is Hive Sasa and how does it work? Hive Sasa is an IoT device that is strategically placed inside the hive to monitor this condition, which is humidity and temperature. Hive Sasa is incorporated with an action fan that automatically regulates this condition, such that when the humidity and temperature is outside the ideal range, the fan will turn on and bring back this condition to the normal range.
So why exactly Hive Sasa? Hive Sasa helps in the saving the farmer's time. It helps in the prevention and the formation of molds, and also it helps in the increase of honey output production. So with such problems and issues tackled and solved by Hive Sasa, honey production will not only become #1 in East Africa, but also in Africa at large.
And therefore, in the seamless blend of tradition and innovation, let Hive Sasa be the buzz that propels beekeeping into a flourishing future where honey flows abundantly and sustainable legacy takes flight. I will now want to welcome our judges to see how Hive Sasa works.
So, for the maximum temperature that a beehive must contain is between 32 degrees to 36 degrees. As you can see now, the temperatures are below the ideal range. That's why our fan is on. And when the temperatures are above 36 degrees, the fan will also be on.
Okay, this also blends in simultaneously with an increase in temperature is a reduction in humidity. A reduction in humidity is an increase in temperature. So once we get to regulate the temperature, we will automatically be able to regulate the humidity. So that means there will be no more formation of molds inside our beehives, and there will also be no spoilage of honey production for our bees and our farmers, which means increase in honey output production for the farmer, which is all what we want to achieve. And with only...
As you can see, now the temperature is 32 and our fan is off. Because that's the ideal temperature that a beehive should have.
Where is the fan?
The fan is here. It's there. And now when the temperatures are rising, as you can see, I want to raise the temperature to 36 degrees because the maximum temperatures that the beehive must have is between 32 to 36 degrees.
Okay, so the difference between having the fan and having the holes is that with the holes, there will always be excess humidity entering the hive because the air is still flowing in. But with the fan, it helps in flowing, circulating around and flowing away the humidity. Yeah.
And then finally, what's the impact of having this device inside someone's household, which is Civic?
Also, okay, so the impact of having this device inside, generally, the battery inside there won't be inside. So what is inside the hive is the components and also the fan, because that's the main point. So when you have your beehives inside and when you have the fan inside, that means your temperature and humidity will be regulated. And also another impact is the fan is what is going to help the regulation of humidity. Meaning when the bees are inside, they produce heat, there is also air flowing in.
Look, the question was more of bees are used not to have foreign objects in their house. Now we have introduced foreign object in there. What's the impact of that to their well-being?
Actually, bees adapt quickly. They take 15 minutes so that they can adapt to something new inside their environment. Once they sense that it's dangerous, they attack. Once they sense that it's not dangerous, they cool down and relax. So that's why we decided of having it inside, after considering bees are sensitive, and yet another thing, they are smart and adjust and adapt.
Okay. How many sensors do you have there, and are they just checking for temperature? And then the other question is this data collected anywhere, so we're able to know the fluctuation of humidity and temperature during different periods or different seasons?
So for the devices, for the sensors, we only have one sensor, that is the humidity and the temperature sensor, which is helping the regulation of humidity and temperatures. But also for the collection of data, I believe that's something we can check on and improve, because it's not the end of the project. We're still going to have to scale it higher and higher and higher. Yeah.
Thank you. I'm going to assume we had the Q&A at the... Yeah. It was for that? Oh, but you took their time. Now their time is done. Do you guys have more to present? No, okay. Okay, you can ask the questions.
So, the lid is supposed to be closed?
Oh yeah, the beehive.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're supposed to close it, because once you leave it open, the beehives will come in and go out, and they might even disappear, because the bees will come in and go out, and they might even disappear, because it will be so open, and they don't like a lot of distraction, so they'll definitely disappear, move to somewhere else, because it will be so cold when it's open. Yeah.
A question, why is it important to solve this problem to begin with? And how are they solving it today, if it's a problem in the first place?
Okay, it's important to solve these problems because based on our research, we found out that there are like adverse effects when these temperatures go out of the optimal range, such as the spoilage of honey, such as the desiccation of the bees' eggs, because you've invested in your hives and you want them to give you a certain output, but then these factors are the ones that are making you not produce as much as you're supposed to. So that is why we saw it important to solve for this problem.
How is it being solved?
Okay. Okay, so for some farmers, they're using the concrete hives, which one hive is about 100 kgs. So the concrete hives, they don't, since it's concrete, it cannot like attract a lot of heat from the outside. But the downside of this is that it's very heavy. So sometimes like carrying it around and just having to deal with such a heavy thing is so stressful to the farmers.
And it's also not affordable to most farmers.
And also another thing about the concrete hive is that once the humidity is inside the hive, it will be so hard for it like to deal away with the excess humidity inside the hive, since it maintains the temperatures and the humidity and the heat that it has inside. It doesn't have a way of taking it, of expounding it and taking it outside its surrounding.
Have you tested this with bee farmers just to see how that works?
Actually, yeah, we went to one of the beehive farmers that we had visited, and we tested it with him, and he was impressed because he thought that at first, that's how he confirmed that, he thought the bees will run away. But after 15 minutes, he saw that the bees had settled. That's what he was scared of. His bees will run away because something new is being introduced in his hive. So after 15 minutes, when he saw that the bees had settled, he was okay with it. And that's when we were clear and affirmative that our solution will work and is the best solution for our farmers.
Okay. What technology are you using? Or what are the different pieces of technology that you're using to achieve this? I saw fan, but what in this case in terms of software, hardware that you have to do integration with?
Okay, so it's the hardware, whereby we have now the Internet of Things. So these are components from the Internet of Things, the fan, the sensors, that's the hardware part.
How about the software?
We use Internet of Things, which is a C++ language.
And for the software, I believe that's where I said we still have to upscale it more. So that's where we still have now to know how we are going to take all the readings that we get from our device somewhere displayable so that our farmers and ourselves, we can be able to see. So that's where we still have room for improvement for the software part.
Maybe what is that one piece within that whole system that was the toughest to build, and why was it the case?
So working with the fan and the sensor, because mostly you will try it out today, it fails. You go again, you try it out, it fails. You're not sure if it's still working. You try it the first time, the second time, the third time it's okay, it works perfectly. When you go the next day, it has failed, then it refuses, like it has failed and now it does not work for around 3 days again. So that was the hardest part, figuring how to make it workable with the regulation of the humidity and temperature.
Then being the case, how are you going to monitor and maintain it once you deploy this to a farm? You just said that it used to fail a lot. I'm assuming tomorrow if you go to deploy to a farmer somehow, there will be a need for you to continually come and monitor to make sure it's keep working and you fix that. What's the plan around that?
So as much as it was working and failing, we had to try it, I don't know, I can't say how many number of times because it was a lot, until now we are sure that before it fails, there must be somebody who has generally tampered with it, and we cover it, so you don't have to tamper with it. So, yeah. The internal components. We've arranged them and placed them in such a way that the internal components do not tamper with each other. So the way you place them is to ensure that they are not tampering with each other. Anything inside doesn't come over each other. Yeah, so that way we are sure that it won't fail easily. Yeah.
I think last question is from a technical standpoint, the devices and the components that you have, and you said it fails. Can you identify what technical aspects were failing and what you changed so that it works and it's more stable, and even like the presentation you're doing today?
Okay, so what used to fail was the humidity and temperature levels, where it could not read. So, and if it read, the fan could not help in the regulation. So the fan would always, if it worked, the fan would always stay on 24/7, and if it failed, the fan would not go on at all. So that's what we changed. So we had to adjust the components, we had to reconnect again every time so that you can be sure. so that you can achieve the fund going on when it's needed and the fund going off when it's needed. So that's what we did.
And we experience this failure when we are building. So we try to change the component from one to another. So once after we are done with the building, we didn't experience any failure so far.
And with, sorry, I had forgotten, and with only 5,758 shillings, you'll be able to obtain our device. And the benefit of having the device is that, the benefit of having Hive Sasa is that the battery can be shared between 5 other hives. You just have to take the other smaller components, and now you have to share the battery between other 5 hives. And it's also cost friendly, because if you're going to share one battery with 5 hives, how great is that?
All right, thank you. Thank you. Move on to our next group, Wasan. Okay.
With my right hand on the Bible, I question my own damn survival. How did I get here? Every night I have a bottle. How did I get here? It's a bitter pill to swallow. Don't you give up on me, baby, oh baby, yeah. Usimubembe ngine moyo, mama. I'll be the one you need.
So Wasan is, you can take the stage.
Mic check 1 2.
Good morning, everyone. You might be wondering why the images of children in Somalia during disease outbreaks and drought evoke a level of devastation unlike any other region facing similar challenges. The answer lies in harsh realities. The absence of crucial vaccinations, which makes children weak and vulnerable. Yet the impact is far more profound on the ground than the image alone can convey. Dakane is a 5-year-old class 1 student who lives in the outskirts of Mogadishu, Somalia, as internally displaced refugee. Every morning he goes to a school in his neighborhood. Every morning he goes to a school in his neighborhood using a wheelchair. This was after a tragic polio attack left both of his legs paralyzed. The Kenneth family also lost his elder sister during the 2017 measles outbreak, which left over 600, which affected over 20,000 people and killed over 600 people.
The Kenneth story isn't the only story. In Somalia, only 40% of the children have been immunized, with only 20% having been fully immunized. This leaves a staggering 60% of children who have never received a single dose of vaccine. This disparity not only saddened us, but ignited our determination to get to understand why such a high number of children remain immunized. The healthcare officials and the NGO workers in Somalia are tirelessly working hard to control the situation. However, the healthcare workers are unable to track down immunization records due to the nomadic lifestyle of most of the Somali families. Also, the NGO workers are faced by a challenge of getting to guide community health volunteers on how they can better track down children who have missed vaccines. This is because they only receive general immunization data, which only contains the total number of children immunized and the total number of vaccines given.
Thinking of healthcare workers and NGOs' pain point, we ask ourselves, how might we help healthcare workers and NGOs track immunization data effectively and make data-driven decisions to increase immunization coverage rates of Somalia? And how can we help them achieve the World Health Organization set standard over 90% immunization coverage rate for every country? So this is how we achieve it. We have Rajo, which means hope in Somali language, a data collection device that we help healthcare workers to record and retrieve accurate immunization data. The device uses fingerprint to register a guardian under whom children are registered to ensure guardian consent and data privacy. The healthcare workers will not have to undergo tiresome record-keeping process because the device allows real-time data collection, storage, and analysis.
After this, healthcare workers have gone to various places and immunized children, and NGO officials now from the comfort of their offices will be able to monitor and understand the immunization state of Somalia on Rajo dashboard. They'll be able to see the number of children who have been immunized, the children who have been fully immunized, and even those that have not completed all the vaccinations, they're partially immunized, as well as see the rates for specific vaccines like the polio, the DPT, and BCG, as well as the trends, which are the rates over the past months. Now, on the child records page, these NGO officials will be able to see the details of the children who have been immunized, the vaccines they have received, and the vaccines that are due, as well as their parents' details. Areas that require attention from these NGOs will be visualized to them as alert areas, the red pins on the map. So now they'll be able to understand which areas need immediate attention. Now, with Rajo device and dashboard, NGO officials will now easily ensure every child in Somalia is fully immunized and protected against diseases with irreversible lifetime effects like polio. We are Wasan with the new hope for immunization in Somalia. We'll now show you how the Rajo device works.
So on the mobile phone, it only allows a limit of 5 fingerprints, so we can't use a mobile device. That's why we chose the device.
Sorry, Wasan, but your time is up. Your time is up.
So I'll just ask, based on what I saw, you were talking about the fingerprint sensor and there is a mobile app. So I could use the fingerprint sensor, if I'm in person as a guardian, but then the guardian could also use the mobile app to register online. And can they register multiple children?
Okay, the person who is registering the guardians is the health worker who is like attending to that parent at the hospital. So for a device like a mobile phone to use like a fingerprint, like you need a special device, a special device that can take more than like 3 fingerprints. For example, when you're setting a fingerprint on your phone, it only allows you 3 fingerprints. So that's why we like use the device. For now, we could not like import a phone that it takes more than 3 fingerprints. So we used the Raspberry Pi powered screen and a fingerprint, and we connected in such a way that when a parent comes, if that parent is new and has never like been in the system, you register his fingerprint, his or her fingerprint, especially the mother's her fingerprint. So like you register the children under that guardian with like in such a way that when that guardian comes, he puts in his fingerprint or her fingerprint, the details of all her children will appear. And when you click a certain child, you will see the immunization record of the child, and you can add a new child to an existing mother, like a mother that has already had a record. If she gives birth to a child, you add it into her, like you register under her.
Okay. I think the other question is for the mobile app. What did you use to build it?
Now with the mobile app, considering it cannot take a lot of fingerprints, we decided to use their phone numbers. So we have a simulation of that uses their phone number. So now a parent can come, we register them with their phone number and retrieve them using their phone number.
Yeah, I think the question is what technology do you use on the mobile app?
In the?
Mobile app.
Okay, the mobile app is using Kotlin. Yes.
Oh, okay. So it's only available for Android?
Yes, currently.
Okay.
Maybe I did not quite get it. What is the primary role of the fingerprint itself? And what happens if, for instance, I go farming and my finger gets distorted, so I can't have it? For some reason. You don't like them anymore.
The primary reason as to why we implemented the fingerprint was that, like, due to the nomadic nature of most families in Somalia, they keep on moving, so that, like, in order we track a parent wherever they are, and also, like, most parents, they do not give, like, some of the parents do not give, like, they don't take that much responsibility over their child, like, they do not take their child to vaccinations, or, like, when the health workers that go remotely to places, they find the child, but the parent is not there. So, like, you can't administer a vaccine to a child whose parent is not there. So, when you use the fingerprint, we ensure that when we are administering a vaccine to a child, his parent must also be there.
Thank you, Hassan. We'll have the next group, Neza.
Good morning. When I mention lead poisoning, it doesn't ring a bell for many of us. Yet these cases occur more often than you think. You see, in African countries where research has been conducted in lead poisoning, children were found to have blood lead levels higher than 5 micrograms per deciliter, which as per WHO is a cause for concern. Also annually, more than 1 million people die as a result of lead poisoning, which is as many as those deaths caused by HIV and more than those caused by malaria. Well, let me try bring it a bit closer home. The Owino case, which left 100 plus children dead and more than 3,000 adults still live with the health effects here in Kenya. Well, that was an event. What occurs on a daily basis is lead exposure, where you slowly ingest lead into your system through the food you eat, the water you drink, from your vehicle, from the wall paints in your house. But who does it mainly affect? It mainly affects pregnant women with dire effects such as miscarriages, and children with effects such as behavioral issues and stunted growth. Well, it's unfortunate to see in Kenya that we're actually not tested for blood lead levels in our hospitals. Yet lead is naturally occurring and it does not dissipate. So what does this actually tell us? That lead is here to stay and we must find ways to coexist with this. And this led us to asking ourselves, how might we prevent lead poisoning in pregnant women and children so as to reduce maternal and infant mortality rates?
And in order to reduce these rates, we came up with Tiny Life Wellness. Tiny Life is a predictive machine learning model that takes into account environmental factors that are proven to be key contributors to lead exposure in Kenya. Variables such as presence of open sewage, proximity to an industry, the source of water, as well as presence of an open dump site are factors that have contributed to lead poisoning cases in the past. The model takes into account these variables and makes predictions on the average lead blood levels per ward in Nairobi. We then visualize these predictions using the Tiny Life web portal for our users. So, who are the Tiny Life end users?
Tiny Life Wellness is meant for humanitarian-based organizations such as the WHO and organizational bodies mandated to promote environmental sustainability such as NEMA. What happens is that upon an organization intervening at specific locations such as Kibera, testing the lead blood levels of the residents in that area, this data will be uploaded in our web portal in CSV format. The data uploaded by this organization will be helpful to us because it will help us ensure that we have data that is up to date with what is happening in the grassroots, as well as help us make prediction to other counties in Kenya.
As the variables that our model considers, which are number of industry sources of water, presence of open sewage, and number of garages in a ward. It also shows the average blood lead level in each ward in Nairobi. For example, in Kibra, it is 64%, and in Dandora Area 3, it's 63%. These values, as we have seen, are powered by our machine learning model that has been trained using the random forest algorithm, allowing us to have an accuracy of 80%. Now, once our users have data from the field on the lead levels in blood, air, water, or plants, they will be able to upload it back to us through our portal. And once we receive this data, we will use it to retrain our model with local and more accurate data because as at now, the data that we use for training is not local. And once we receive and validate this data, we will be able to retrain our model and make predictions for other parts of the country, other counties. We will do this by loading the data in our model, cleaning it, analyzing how the variables correlate with each other, and then retraining the model. Once we do this, and we or a representative from another county, for example, Nakuru, validate our model using data from that county relating to these variables, we'll be able to have predictions for the average blood lead levels in their wards in that county. Now, we had a chance to show this product, Tiny Life, some of our potential users when we were invited to speak at the Lead Poisoning Awareness Week, organized by UNEP and the University of Nairobi. Some of these potential users were environmentally staggered and medical health officers from the Dandora 2 area hospital. And through such, the Lead Poisoning Awareness Week was held at Kenya's largest dump site, the Dandora dump site. And through such opportunities and getting more organizations on board, we'll be able to ensure that we are less exposed to lead while contributing to UN's third SDG, good health and well-being. As we have seen, lead is here to stay, and this is how we can coexist with it. Thank you.
How is the data collected?
So for example, if it's a health organization, then they're going to test the blood lead levels in different people, and then they're going to record while taking into consideration the areas they live, such as like the environmental factors where they live, like the presence of open sewages, if there are industries, if there are many garages, and once they collect it, they'll upload it back to us in CSV format.
Quick one. How, what's the process of cleaning that data? Could you expand more? What technology are you using in that regard?
To clean the data, we use Python-based
algorithms such as NumPy and Pandas. So we clean for example, if it's medical data, you can find that an organization has uploaded data with the final initials and not just the values. So the final initials are not of value to us. So like for example, you can remove that extra data and get just numerical data, which is what we use for the algorithm.
How many variables do you have that are training this model?
Currently, we're using 4 variables. That's because these are the key variables. When, for example, in the case in Mombasa, we had a factory there, so that's not a factor that would affect on a daily basis. That was an event as we had seen, but on a daily basis, we have factors such as presence of an open sewage, the source of water, the type of water we take. This is because, like for example, if we take water from a borehole as compared to that of water provided by the city council. Water provided by the city council is cleaned for such elements, heavy metals, as compared to a person who is using water from a borehole is exposed to lead, because lead lives in soil. So soil easily composes lead, and then this ends up in the borehole. And then if you take that water without cleaning it of these heavy metals, you end up taking in the water. That is why we consider the source of water. And as well as for presence of an industry, it's because there are heavy metal industries all over Kenya, and waste from this industry gets to the community. And for the other variable, dump sites and open sewage, is because open sewage has like for example, if there's an industry nearby and the waste in the sewage comes from the industry, then it gets to the people. We had such a case in Dandora a few months back, and the dump site is because if cases where, like for example, in Dandora again, there is a case of people just throwing away lead acid batteries into the dump site, means people are easily exposed to the lead inside their acid.
Final one. What's the process of ensuring accuracy and efficacy of the model you built?
Sorry?
What's the process of ensuring accuracy and continuous efficacy of the model that you have built?
For the accuracy, we just we do that by retraining the model and introducing new data to it and checking how it works with different data sets to see if the lead blood levels will change. Yeah.
To add on that, to ensure accuracy, so initially we had used a different algorithm, and so we just played around with a few to see which will give us the best one. And to ensure that it is continuously efficient, it's by what we are hoping to do is add more variables to it on top of the 4, such as, like for example, the age of different houses because of the wall paint. So if we can be able to get that data from one of our users, then it's going to increase the efficiency as well as the accuracy.
I'm trying to understand. How do you prove that the output of model is accurate to what is being reported, or rather, what's the comparison criteria between the model and what exists within the environment?
So for what we use is the cases that have occurred in Kenya, as well as the research that has been done in areas such as Dandora, Mathare, Nakuru as well. So when you see the values in those that are a bit higher, for example, in Dandora was 60 something, then you know it's at par with what's also happening.
Why was it relevant to use a machine learning model for this project? Could you not just capture the information?
Sorry?
Why was it relevant to use a machine language, an ML model? Why was it relevant? Could it be done without an ML?
So the reason we use this is because currently the efforts that go towards combating lead poisoning are mainly reactive. So after people are already affected or have died is when these organizations go to see who they can treat. So it's when we use a machine learning model, a predictive one, is to allow these organizations to see which areas are most affected, so that they can allocate their resources to areas that are more at risk than others and ensure that the exposure rate goes low.
Hello everyone. I want to paint a picture for you. Wambo is a doctor at Nairobi Hospital and she works a 12-hour shift daily. Wambo is a grade 4 pupil and she comes home with assignments, and some of these assignments require resources. Due to Wambo's schedule, sometimes she's not able to provide these resources on time, and this affects Wambo's performance, but it also affects Teacher John, who expects excellency from all his students. And this is just one of the many cases in Kenya. With the introduction of competency-based curriculum, parents are more involved in their children's learning than ever. And this led us to ask ourselves a question. How might we help parents get easy access to CBC resources so that we may boost their engagement in their children's learning?
So for us to understand the challenges Mbamboe and Teacher John are facing, we carried out research in Lakewood Primary School and also Mathare Primary School. We found out that time constraint was one of the challenges they were facing, which contributed to 75%. Lack of easy access to these CBC resources that are requested contributed to 65%, while teachers also echoed out the different methods they were using to communicate the resources, were writing in children's diaries, writing short notes, and also word of mouth. Well, these methods were very unreliable, as in many cases, children were not delivering these notes to their parents and hence not taking the resources to school. So for us to tackle this, we came up with a solution, Mzazi Connect, a mobile application that will enhance real-time posting of the assignment on the side of the teachers, while parents, the other side, will receive a notification showing them the assignment that has been posted. Here also, we incorporated a dashboard that will be used by schools to register the parents, teachers, and also the students they are having in the school.
Saying that the Kenyan competency-based curriculum was a pivotal moment for our educational system. Mzazi Connect builds upon this foundation by ensuring that the curriculum's objectives are efficiently met, that enhancing every learner's journey, supporting all teachers, and empowering all parents. So today we present Mzazi Connect to you as a beacon of hope that bridges the gap between home and school and transforming the educational journeys of students like Wamboi. I'll go ahead and demonstrate how Mzazi Connect dashboard works. So given that a school has successfully registered on the Mzazi Connect dashboard, the first thing they see is the home display page, where they get a general overview of the number of teachers, parents, and students in the school. On this dashboard, the school admin has the ability to add a teacher or parent using the same format, where they provide their personal details. After this, the teachers and parents receive their various credentials that they will use to log into the Mzazi Connect app via email.
So Sonia and Florence will take through our judges how the app works. Well, I'll be taking through the audience through a video of how the app works still. So once a teacher has received these credentials, they will log in, and the first thing they will see will be the different assignments they posted earlier. So once there is no assignment, the teacher will be able to add an assignment containing the resources required, the competence, and hence they post it. So once they post this assignment, on the other side, a parent will receive a notification showing the assignment that has recently been posted. So this assignment, once they click on the assignment, it will show the different resources required in case of any. So once they click on in case of a book, it will show the different nearby shops where they can access and buy this requirement. So in case a parent has not understood the assignment well, they can be also able to add a comment asking for clarification on the assignment.
So we ask you to join us as we build a future where education knows no bounds, where every learner's abilities are nurtured, and where teachers and parents stand together in the pursuit of knowledge and growth. CBC is here to stay, and Mzazi Connect is the hope. Thank you.
maybe a question in regard to how you all, your various role in building the entire platform.
All right, so we divided ourselves into different groups. We had 2 people working on the dashboard where they were using Next.js because we used that because it can be used both in the backend and the front end. So the 3 of us, we concentrated on the part of the Android where we used Kotlin so that we can ease the process of the building. So for our dashboard, the dashboard, as I said earlier, it is for the schools to manage the number of parents they are having, parents and also teachers. So for the parents, since they mostly use mobile phones, that's why we built for them the mobile part so that they can interact with it easily to see which assignment has been posted, where in case it needs resources, where easily can they access these resources from. No, so once the school is adding a parent, they will add the different children they are having. So as a parent, when you log in, you will see the different. Let me say, if you have a child in grade 1 or grade 2, you will see your different children there with the different grades they are having. So in case you're interested in Bridget, who is in grade 1, once you tap on grade 1, you will see the different assignments that were posted earlier or that has just been posted.
Considering you have, I assume, the website and the mobile side, what kind of challenge or what challenge can you talk about that you encountered, and how do you guys overcome it through that integration between the mobile and the web?
So we had to come up with a way for them to be able to get these credentials for them to log in on the app, which is the same for the teachers. So we implemented an email in our dashboard. So when we register the parents or we register the teachers, they get an email with their credentials and the link to the app, so it's easier for them to just access it directly.
Why was it challenging initially?
Initially, we had not yet figured out a way for them to like get these credentials, as we first thinking of allowing them to register themselves. But as a way to realize that sometimes those who are not parents can access this when they're not part of maybe that school, we tried it in a way that it's more secure for the school and for the parents.
Okay. I think you're moving towards a world where most people are very familiar with smartphones. How will this be received in areas where smartphone usage or even literacy is a bit difficult for the parents?
Okay. When we did our research, when we went out to the field, we were interacting with more parents and realized that most of the high number, they have access to smartphones, which is one of the things that we had actually initially thought would be a problem. So that's why we just decided to do a mobile app, which would be easier for the high number of the parents.
So there's a specific target market.
Yes.
Which means it's probably urban areas, not necessarily, let's say, in Turkana.
Yes.
Okay.
When you set out to solve this problem and you went out to talk to users, what is that hypothesis that you are able to either invalidate or validate when you started on the journey of executing this?
Okay. Okay, one of our assumptions was that with the introduction of the CBC, parents maybe they don't have that deep understanding of how it's working. But with the few years that have passed, we realized that now parents actually understand what's going on with CBC. And it was kind of the way we're trying to approach it. So now we realize the current problem they're facing is now how to access these resources, because there are things like Indian dye, which is something maybe not familiar with. So we decided to help them in accessing these resources in an easier way.
Also, maybe to add, most of the complaints were around, like we got to hear about a lot of parents complaining about CBC, so we wanted to dig deeper into that and understand where the issue really lied. So on that, we talked to most parents talked about how with time they got to they really like CBC. Initially it was a problem because this was something new, which is always an issue when that happens. But then they said the issue they were facing the most is that some of these resources, they didn't know where to get them. And most of them have busy schedules, and just a way around that would be best, because for Utawala, they talked about how when they have the NEC exams and the student hasn't come with what was expected, maybe because of the parent not being able to get it in time, it was like a deduction on their part.
How do the shops get on the page where you can find shops that provide the resources?
Okay, currently, since our app is still small and MVP, we decided to put the shops ourselves, but we had looked into how we can connect with Google to be able to get shops that are already out there and even know what they are selling for the parents to get these resources.
We have 10 more groups to go. The next group is Chikara. Nexus, sorry. Nexus.
Good morning, everyone. The global landscape is rapidly evolving with a growing emphasis on sustainability, access to clean energy, and decentralized systems of power. Mini-grids have emerged as a promising solution, offering a bridge between centralized system and off-grid system. A mini-grid is a small-scale generator that can be able to transmit power to a small localized group of people. Brian, a mini-grid user who uses power from company A, is currently facing a challenge in that Brian cannot be able to monitor the power he has. Instead, the mini-grid company usually sends him a message alerting him that his power is about to deplete. This message is usually sent the last minute before the power goes off, which led us to asking ourselves, how might we ensure real-time visibility of power consumption in rural Kenya so as to improve access of electricity through hydro mini-grids?
And from that, we were able to do our research and we were able to interview our users. We were able to understand that one of our findings is that the satisfactory rate of our users based on their real-time power consumption. And from that, 60% of our users, they were not satisfied with them being sent an SMS notification by the company. The other 28% of our users, they were satisfied with them being sent an SMS notification by the company. The other 12% of our users, they did not really understand how the SMS notification was really functioning. And the other unique finding was that despite mini-grids being found in the rural areas, it is also a technology that is evolving in the urban areas where we find, for example, codeHive along Gong Road.
So in order to solve for people like Brian, we came up with an innovative IoT device we call it the Nexus Interface Unit. So the Nexus Interface Unit is an innovative IoT device that will help him track his daily power consumption, and that will help him to make informed decisions, so therefore he'll be able to save on time and energy. The device also has an additional feature where there will be a continuous buzzing sound once 75% of the power is consumed. Our device is not only smart, but also affordable because it is made from materials which are locally available.
And you might ask yourself, why Nexus? Well, Nexus Interface Unit is not only the best solution to avoid inconveniences, but also the best tool to plan and save. Because these mini-grid users like Brian will have access to their real-time visibility of their power consumption, allowing them to plan accordingly. all for improving people's livelihood and sustainability.
We will now welcome our judges to come and check how our device works. So this is the device that we built, called we call it the Nexus interface unit. So now we're making it for hydro-mini grid users because they get their electricity from the hydro-mini grids, which is actually just power generation through water. But now, for our demonstration, we're going to use power from the Kenya Power Lighting Company. Yeah, so here on our display, we'll be able to see the power consumption on a daily basis of a consumer. Then once the power actually goes to its core, 75% of it is consumed, we'll be able to hear that buzzing sound. Yeah, so as you can see, the power is being displayed there in forms of units. So right now we are at 29 units. Then it will keep on constantly being consumed. So it will go up to 28, 27. Then once like 25%, 75% of it is consumed, we'll hear that notification sound. So let's turn it. Yeah, so it's back again. Yeah, so it's reducing. So let's give it time. It's constantly be consumed, so the units keep reducing. Pardon? Yeah, so now we can hear that notification sound because now at this point we've used 75% of that power. Yeah, so that's what we're currently currently selling for. Then as you can see here on our device, we're also working on a feature whereby if we have this token meter, can also and this is for one household. Then another household can also have another token meter. So we're working on being able to share token units from one user to another. Yeah.
Can I use this to buy tokens?
Okay, this now you can't use it, but the company that we're actually making it for, they already have it. They already have that feature. So we came up with features that actually not there. So this is mostly for the customer.
Okay.
Yeah. So because the customer can't see their power consumption. Yeah. So as you had heard from my colleague, once their power is about to go off, they actually sent a notification, message at that last minute. So like they really don't have enough time to plan. So that's why we came up with this one. Yeah.
Thank you. And next we'll have Chikara.
Carbon emissions. This refers to the release of carbon dioxide gases into the atmosphere. Globally, the rise in this these greenhouse emissions, has led to climate change. This, over the years, has led to the accumulation of heat into the atmosphere. Kenya as well deals with the consequences of this, spanning across several sectors: the economic, the environmental and health sectors. A good example of this would be the significant rise of water levels in Rift Valley lakes. Recent data reveals that this rise ranges from 21% in Lake Naivasha to over 123% in Lake Solai, and this is since 2010. To solve for this, we chose to look at the transport sector specifically because it's the second largest contributor of emissions in Kenya by about 41%. Its effect is felt by about 21,000 mothers who lose their children every single year due to the emissions largely driven from this sector. And this is a report by the World Health Organization.
In Kenya, there are 4.3 million registered vehicles in the country. And these vehicles, they contribute to 97% of the total carbon emission in the transport industry. The rail sector emits 1%, while civil aviation, it emits around 2%, sorry. And these vehicles emit 64.2 metric tons of carbon dioxide estimate. This is the impact these emissions have on the environment. It led us to us asking ourselves, how might we help vehicle assemblers lower their carbon emission and combat the climate change?
To solve for this, we came up with a product, Carbon Guard. So Carbon Guard is an IoT-built product that helps vehicle assemblers keep track of their emissions. How it works is first it has to be placed on the exhaust pipe of the vehicle. Once the vehicle sets motion, it's able to transmit real-time data to the dashboard, which helps with data visualization.
So once the vehicle manufacturers have logged in, the first thing they'll be able to see is the total number of vehicles with the Carbon Guard installed, the total carbon emissions, the credit earned, and the carbon limit set for a particular company. On the emissions chart, the red line will show the emission limit, and the green line will show the carbon emitted. This is where a company will be able to know whether they exceeded the limit or not. And in a case where a company has exceeded the limit, they have a chance of offsetting the excess carbon emission in a carbon market. On the credits chart, the green line shows the carbon avoided, and the purple line shows the carbon credits earned. And this will be their main area of focus, since once they earn carbon credits, they generally accumulate extra revenue for their company.
Investing in Carbon Guard is not only a smart move, rather a necessity for vehicle assemblers in Kenya. In the race to achieve a sectorial target set by the government for the transport sector of 3.4 metric tons CO2e, we think that Carbon Guard is our best shot. We say this because companies are not only able to monitor their emissions to be within the limits set by the government, rather they are also able to boost their incomes by trading the credits they view from our dashboard into the carbon, trading them into the carbon markets such as Vera. For more information about our product, we'll invite you to visit our website. We'll also invite our judges to have a closer look at our products. For the audience, be sure to check out the demo from the screen.
So this is the Carbon Guard device. It uses sensor technology to detect carbon in gases and also transmits real-time data. It is built using an MQ7 sensor that is used to detect carbon monoxide concentrations. It uses this LCD display to display the values as they are detected and uses the ESP32 to transmit this data. So in our demonstration, we are going to power this motorcycle, and this sensor is going to detect the gases as they are being emitted that will be in the gases. Yeah. Yes, we have a bit of problem on the connection, but this data is going to be shown here. The first graph is showing the concentrations of this carbon against time. The second graph is showing the concentrations of carbon in the real values now. And the last one is an alarm that goes off once the concentrations exceed 1,000. Yes, thank you, that's all.
I would want to understand the difference between carbon credits and the carbon emission within that product. How do the two work hand in hand?
Okay, so our aim is to improve the carbon footprint in the transport industry. So we'd like to help these companies to know the amount of carbon that they are emitting. So using this device, we can be able to detect the carbon in these gases. And since each industry is given a certain limit not to exceed, so your aim is to not to exceed this limit. And it's usually calculated 1 ton of carbon that you don't emit is equals to a carbon credit. Then you're able to trade this credit as you accumulate them in the carbon market and earn your company revenue.
Just a question. So there was an alert. Is that alert sent to the companies to know that they're past the carbon cap? And then also because the Kenyan market, a lot of vehicles are imported. Did you think about how that carbon credit is going to work in that setting as well?
The alarm is to, it is going to share, it's going to send an email. At the moment, it's just showing if it exceeds the 1,000 concentration parts per million. Yes, and these credits are earned by the companies that manufacture, or in Kenya, the assembling companies.
Like I saw you put the sensor on the exhaust. I think that's going to be dangerous. How are we intending for that installation to happen?
Okay, this is our prototype, an MVP version. What we plan to improve on is to build a casing, a material that's going to be compatible, and it's going to be placed at the catalytic chamber of a vehicle. So that is now going to be exposed. Just the sensor bit is going to be exposed to where the gas is going to be emitted before it actually runs out. Yeah.
Is the intention that the sensor is connected to the, as I said, Internet of Things or Internet on the vehicle itself?
Yes, it is going to, it uses Wi-Fi connection.
What did you learn in school, like what you've learned during your coursework and in the process of implementing the solution? What's the thing that you didn't learn during the coursework, but you had to learn and figure out during the implementation of the project?
So when building the device, what we had to learn is how to use this ESP32, which was kind of something that we had to go through, using the right ESP to send the data to the platform now. So that is something that we had to know, to send real-time data from the device to actually be seen by our users.
Okay, cool, thank you.
Thank you, Chikara. Our next group is ISWI.
Hello, everyone. Imagine working in the informal sector and you spend a lot of time searching for the job. On another side, there is someone who has the job but struggles to find the workers because doesn't know where to look for. Kamana is one of the job seekers in the informal sector of Rwanda. He spends a lot of time searching for the job by going door to door, searching the job like construction, farming. but yet sometimes he ended up without getting an opportunity. That brought us to ask ourselves, how might we help feature phone user in the informal sector of Rwanda gain access to job opportunity so as to reduce unemployment?
From our research, we realized that 67% of the informal job seekers of Rwanda rely on word of mouth to keep themselves updated or aware of the available job opportunities, while 33% rely on door-to-door inquiry, local community centers, and social gatherings. Now, the biggest disadvantage facing these sources of information is that they are unreliable and time-consuming.
For us to solve for Kamana and millions of job seekers out here, we came up with HUZA, which means Connect in Kinyarwanda. HUZA is a two-way SMS system that connects job seekers to employers in the informal sector of Rwanda. And what makes HUZA stand out is the fact that you can access it using your feature phone without the need of accessing the internet, hence cost-friendly.
Now we are going to demonstrate for you how HUZA works.
I'm Mugisha, an employer from Rusizi village. I've heard about HUZA from my fellow employers, and I need 5 workers to help me dig this trench. I think this is the right time to use it and see if it will solve my problems.
And here is how Mugisha gets to register and post a job with HUZA. First, he sends the word register to the HUZA shortcode, and then choose a role, for instance, employer, and then provide his personal details, which includes first name, last name, location, and the national ID. And upon successful registration, then Mugisha is able to post a job by sending the word post, choosing a category, and providing the job specifics, which include the job title, description, number of workers, and the location. And this job will be available in the system upon successful posting.
I am Kamana. I've been looking for a job for quite some time, but I've been unlucky. I've heard about HUZA. Let me try it out today.
In same way, Kamana is able to register and apply for a job with HUZA by sending the word register to the shortcode, choosing a role, for instance, job seeker, and providing his personal details, which also include first name, last name, location, and the national ID. And upon successful registration, then Kamana is able to apply for the job by sending the word jobs, choosing a category, and choosing the specific job he's interested in. By choosing the job, he sends an ID, since in each category we have different jobs. If Kamana is interested in this job, he sends the word yes. If the application is successful, then Mugisha will be able to receive a notification with the applicant's name and the phone number. And from there on, they get to connect with each other.
Kamana, I think this applicant is ready for work. Let me reach out. Thanks to HUZA.
Now Kamana has the job, and Mugisha is no longer frustrated because she has the workers. That is the power of HUZA. Thank you.
Is this a purely SMS-based application?
Yeah, it's a purely two-way SMS system.
Sorry?
It's a two-way SMS system.
Okay, what's in the back end? What technologies did you have to use to achieve that?
Pardon?
What technologies did you have to use to achieve that? What's in the back end?
Django REST framework and Python.
Okay. And how are you integrating with the SMS provider, or like how's that integration happening? To get the SMS to your Django application, how is that integration being handled?
We have used African Talking for integrating the two SMS. Yeah.
Why two SMS and not post, not paper being circulated in the village?
So when it is the paper, like we have said, it is time consuming. Like that paper, it has to pass one to another, so it is time consuming. So that is what we are trying to solve, because these people, when we did the research, the problem they are facing is that they have to move from one door to another. So that is time consuming, and sometimes you don't get an opportunity, but you have spent your time. So we use two SMS because we are dealing also with feature phone people. That is why you choose two SMS.
why not say WhatsApp? Like as a job seeker, you want to keep your cost low, and SMS is considered more costly than, let's say, data.
We also considered some of the informal employers, like the farmers in the village. Some of them don't have access to the smartphone, and we found that most of them are also using the feature phone. So we thought of using the 2 SMS system will be the best solution for both the employer and job seeker.
Did you think of using USSD? A USSD code for?
Yes.
Is it similar? Is it a similar process, or is it, we don't have it yet?
So we wanted also to track the record, like when you apply for the job, like for 2 SMS, you will see the jobs you have applied, and for the employer, they will see the, we wanted to keep the records, yeah. That's why we chose 2 SMS.
Okay. Do you have a dashboard where we can see?
Yeah, for us, we have a dashboard.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Next group, we have Kemer.
Good morning. We are all familiar with the phrase, eat a balanced diet. This is essential for growth and development in human beings, and most especially in children under the age of 5. Let's narrow it down to micronutrients, specifically calcium deficiency. Calcium is the micronutrient responsible for bone development and muscle reflex. And when insufficient in diet, it leads to delayed milestones and eventually rickets. From our research, 39% of children under the age of 5 are affected by rickets in Kenya. And at Kaolewan Healthcare Center, they receive an average of 5 children daily affected from rickets. As seen in the month of May, June, and July of this year, where this number kept on increasing. In addition to this, they lack a proper tracking system to monitor the recovery process of these children, as seen in the disparity in the same month between the admitted children and those ones discharged. And this led us to our main question: how might we support existing programs addressing micronutrients deficiency to effectively identify and monitor delayed milestones in children under the age of 5 to prevent rickets?
H1 is a non-governmental organization based in Kayole. They have assistants, the community health volunteers, who help them in identifying, registering, and tracking children with delayed milestones. So every week, these community health volunteers have to visit approximately 50 homesteads per week, and after 2 weeks, they have to go back to these households in order to track the progress of these children. So after considering all this, and with a user-centric mindset, we developed Mwanga. So the dashboard will be used by H1, the NGO, to analyze and visualize data that is coming from the mobile app, while the mobile app will be used by the community health volunteers to identify and register and also track children with delayed milestones.
As you'll see from our demo, Mwanga represents a solution to a problem affecting our community, thus providing us with an opportunity to offer better care, support, and a healthier future for our little ones.
Okay, so from the dashboard, H1 will be able to see the number of children who are registered per location, and also they'll see those that are eligible for aid. So H1 usually provides calcium supplements for these children and also therapy. And also something else that we've enabled in the dashboard is that H1 will be able to see the different locations where these children have been registered from, and also specific locations. So where you see where the clustered pins, this shows that this particular area requires more attention in terms of providing these calcium supplements. And also when maybe H1 hovers on one particular pin, they're able to see the details of this parent, the guardian, and the child, together with the delayed milestones that this child is facing. Another thing is that H1 will be able to see the number of households, a list of the households, including those who are eligible for aid and those who are not. They will also be able to see a list of CHVs and also be able to add a CHV. Now let's see how it comes along in the mobile app, and also we'll display a video of the mobile app for the audience.
So from our mobile app, the CHVs are able to see all the registered cases of the delayed milestones. In a scenario where a parent has already been registered into the system, they are able to add another child on that parent. And where they are registering a completely new case, they will use the registration, where they capture the parent's name, the ID, the child's name, and eligibility. When capturing the eligibility is where they use our geotagging feature to capture the exact location where this child is being registered from. As we had said earlier, after 2 weeks, the tracking process usually starts where the CHVs go back to this homestead. Here they are able to start the tracking system, rating the children out of 5 depending on how they are performing. With this, they're able to know if the child is recovering or not. The current challenge that they were actually facing is actually they're using a form which was not giving them the actual details, and once they would submit these forms to H1, they had a problem to actually find these people, because despite them being advised to come to the hospital, they actually never showed up, most of them.
Yeah, we had the chance to go to Kayole, where our research was based on, and we tested the mobile app in terms of now giving out the CHV to go and register a child, and also be able to track the child. And now that information that is coming from the mobile app was displayed on the dashboard now for H1 to see. Yeah.
If you could give one challenging thing that you encountered while building all this, what would that be?
Okay, so one of the major challenge was when we took the application into the field for the CHVs to test. So these children are located in really remote areas of Kayole. So one of the challenge was getting the exact location of these children and the parents while using internet. So most of the times these CHVs may not be able to afford internet, or the locations that they are in may not be able to enable internet to send this data into our database. So that is one challenge we encountered, and we added a feature of out of scope feature that we will now enable our application to send data offline.
What do you mean send data offline? Is it store data offline or send data offline?
Store data offline, sorry. So that they can just submit, and once they are in a place where they are able to access Wi-Fi, maybe at the H1 offices, they're able to successfully submit the data they collected from the ground.
Is the questionnaire form hard-coded? I don't know. Is it something that can be dynamically changed? Or is it something that someone has to download a new application for it to work?
It is someone has to download. So the CHVs are the ones who will download the app. So the H1 will register these CHVs into their system, and then they'll be able to download the app. So they'll be registered on the dashboard and given the credentials to log in into the app, and then they'll now have access to the application.
So if the logic in terms of the questions change during that particular period, are you going to, will they have to download the app again to get the new logic for because things have changed, the parameters have changed?
Okay, these are everything that is in the application is data set by UNICEF that they check when checking children with delayed milestones. For example, if a child is between 0 to 3 months and they're not able to move their head, that is considered a delayed milestone. So they are the standards that are already been set by UNICEF.
I understand that. But guidelines change over years. Like UNICEF might revise those guidelines. So in the event they make changes, will you have to release a new version of the app?
Yes.
Okay. Did you ever consider having that being done dynamically without necessarily having to release a new version for the questionnaire?
I think because we aren't, the standards are set over time, so we didn't have the specifics of when do standards change, what factors enable that. So maybe once we acquire such information, then we'll be able to know how we'll make the app accommodate these new challenges.
Thank you. The next group is Ajola. Ajola, you can take the stage.
Having a baby is a beautiful experience, but it can also be challenging and overwhelming, especially for a first-time mother. Mary has just recently delivered twins, and only a week from being released from the hospital, she started having difficulties. She's not able to have enough milk to feed both her babies. Luckily for her, she has her mother, who is a certified lactationist, who is able to help her address these issues and all the challenges that come with childbearing. Unfortunately, not every other mother gets to have the same story. Hence, leading us to the question, how might we provide effective and empathetic support for a first-time mother during their postnatal phase so as to improve their lactation journey?
Based on our findings from our research, we got to understand that there are several challenges first-time mothers encounter during the lactation journey. 63% of the mothers echoed the same pain points, which include the lack of tailored information, lack of appropriate resources, and lack of accessibility of support groups.
For us to help mothers improve their lactation journey, we developed Lactomama, which is a mobile app that is going to connect mothers and lactationists. With Lactomama, mothers are able to get educational materials such as articles and courses uploaded by the lactationist. They are also able to book appointments so that they can receive customized support. So with the help of our dashboard, we are able to get insight into the numbers of mothers and lactationists who are using our app. We are also able to know the total courses taken by the mothers and the number of appointments.
So why Lactomama? Lactomama is like a friend to all the first-time mothers because it connects them to professional lactationists at the comfort of their homes. Lactomama also provide educational breastfeeding materials to all the first-time mothers so as to help them and to guide them through their breastfeeding journey. And now we would like to show you how Lactomama works. And in the meantime, here's the video showing how Lactomama works. You can also be able to download the Lactomama app on Amazon. And for more information about Lactomama, please visit us on our website. We are Ajola Innovel. Thank you.
Are the courses available offline, or they're downloaded when someone is accessing the courses?
Yeah, they are downloaded.
So you have to have internet connection to have access to the courses?
No, once you download it, you don't need to have internet access.
Okay.
If you could speak more to the time allocation while coming up with this solution, how did you spend your time all the way to get into this solution and the key insights you gathered along the way?
So initially we were having an idea of building a chatbot for the mothers so that they can ask questions and get answers. But the problem was if it's a chatbot, they won't receive a customized support. Or if they need an emergency support, they won't get it. So the best solution was to build a mobile app. They can access the educational materials, or they can also book appointments.
Are there any key insights you gathered from users that you've talked to?
We got to learn that many of the mothers that we were able to talk to, many of them, you find that they have so many questions, but they're unable to get the real-time data and the customized information that is professional from a professional perspective. So you get that they rely on their support groups and friends. So you get that they find just questions from anybody, which can be working differently for a personal perspective.
Did you consider that approach to some extent within Lacto app of having a community like those that are part of the those that have registered, the mothers that have registered, so that they can learn from the others?
Yeah, we love to incorporate that in future. For as per currently, we just were able to enable them to directly talk to the lactationist.
or get to Google them or something like that?
That was the main question while we were beginning from the initial process. But you get that in the internet, you get all sorts of information, and it can be overwhelming and confusing. You wouldn't know which one is the right one to go with. And as a mother, your journey is specified, it's personalized. So you wouldn't know if something that worked for someone else will work for me. Hence, we consider the fact that it's more better to connect with the lactationist who is a professional, so you're sure that this will work for you.
The second question is, why can't I'm a lactating mother, right?
Yeah.
I go for clinics, I take my baby for clinics every time, and the attending nurse always asks me whether my child is lactating properly, or if I'm having any challenges. Isn't that a better option compared to maybe there's someone who'll feel like, oh, maybe I don't feel like these articles are the correct thing, I need to connect to I just need, the clinics that I go to are all okay. What do we do about that?
So the advantage of using Lactomama will be anytime that you'll have a question, especially for considering that being a first-time mother, you get different challenges and it can arise at any moment, of which aside from the appointment you go for clinics, it's a specified time. So for Lactomama, you can be able to get access to the lactationist at any time. So considering that you're connecting to them, you can be able to decide whether you want to go virtually or you want to go physically.
Thanks.
Could I please just make a comment? I think this is such an amazing app because as a first-time mom and I had a preterm baby, it was quite stressful. So I commend you girls for this amazing product. Thank you.
Oh, you're
Hi, girls. I just wanted to reiterate what our friend has said here. And from a healthcare perspective, this is much needed. We actually lose babies a lot, neonates, because of neonatal dehydration, which leads to kidney failure because of poor lactation practices. So I think keep building on it. This is a very powerful tool, and there's no limit to how much knowledge you can share, especially knowing that it will be reliable because they are certified lactationists. Even as a doctor, I really, 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 really struggled with breastfeeding. So I think this is really good.
I think you're getting so much feedback. So I'm just going to piggyback. I'm not a mother and I'm not a doctor, but I know there's a lot of mental health implications that come with the difficulties for postpartum women. And when you're experiencing things like milk is not coming out of my breast, my child is crying, I do not know what to do. Those things are also very, very detrimental to the mother. And I think that's a point that you can also use to highlight one of the values for this. It's just actually also just for the well-being of the mom, not just the child.
Do we have any more questions, comments? So thank you. Before the next group comes, we'll have a 5-minute break, so feel free to mingle, grab a snack, something to bite.
Take your time, but don't waste it. I think I'm losing motivation. I'm sick and tired of all this fake shit. I need to find a revelation. It takes a nation to raise a man, but it takes a woman to bless the nation. The music is the best education. I'm a preaching to the fucking congregation, telling me nonsense. Akhandi munanganga useless. All the son of Connie digress. To ADHD, see your madness. And I know you're judging me cause I'm high. Can't keep a job in a suit and tie. Can't keep time, but when it's my time, I know you all gonna testify. Have a moment of silence for the A students, working for the B students. Go company as C students, in the land of the D students. Oh mama, now my E students. Uku inje wanatasa na my bands. Oh, you know the end justifies the means. One time, baby, you're my motivation. Two time, what a beautiful creation. Thick thighs save lives. I'm stuck in your thighs, looking in your eyes, girl. Oh, you're my motivation. Oh God, what a beautiful creation. Thick thighs save lives. I'm stuck in your thighs, looking in your eyes, girl. I'm stuck in your thighs. It's about I'm stuck in your thighs, looking in your. You know I love it, heavy, heavy, wavy, wavy. Thick thighs and a little belly, belly. The sweet mama uki die, niko ready. Si confirm, niko spoil the weekendi. No speeding, steady, steady. Niko majin, na skuma big machine. Tumeshikana tuko skin kwa skin. Amenipin but nimejipin. Oh, oh what a big bam bam. Nimeongeza size ya kitanda. Cause baby love, you're a wonder. You should know. One time, baby, you're my motivation. Two time, what a beautiful creation. Thick thighs save lives. I'm stuck in your thighs, looking in your eyes, girl. Oh, you're my motivation. Oh God, what a beautiful creation. Thick thighs save lives. I'm stuck in your thighs, looking in your eyes, girl. Size matters, shampata. Toto matata, yani somebody's daughter. Umenifanya kwako nimekuwa stalker. Blemo umbika from the top to the bottom. Ushaipakata, ushaipaka. Utaipata vile we unaitaka. Utaniua vile leo unaikata. Nitaiua ile siku nitaipata. Oh what a big bamba. Nimeongeza size ya kitanda. Baby love, you're a wonder. You should know. One time, baby, you're my motivation. Two time, what a beautiful creation. Thick thighs save lives. I'm stuck in your thighs, looking in your eyes, girl. Oh, you're my motivation. Oh God, what a beautiful creation. Thick thighs save lives. I'm stuck in your thighs, looking in your eyes, girl. I'm stuck in your thighs, looking in your eyes. I'm stuck in your thighs, looking in your eyes, girl. I'm stuck in your thighs. I'm stuck in your thighs. I'm stuck in your thighs, looking in your eyes, girl. One time, baby, you're my motivation.
Aibu, oh, aibu, oh. Aibu mina we tulipatana Tinda. Ona sasa tuko mbele ya kanisa. Hapa ndolo vito imetufikisha. Aibu, oh, aibu, oh. Waliosema mina we hatutashinda. Ona sasa miaka ngapi imepita. And this love is getting sweeter, baby. Your love is getting sweeter, baby. Woman, your love is getting sweeter, darling. Fine wine. Your love is getting sweeter. Nakuletea wine, then a fine wine. Because your love is getting sweeter. Na vituko na visanga vyote vimekwisha. Roho na mikono pia nimesafisha. Cheki Sunday mimi nawe tuko kwa misa. Aibu nimeshindwa kusare mavela. Zinanipa nguvu ya kusaka hela. And this love is getting sweeter, yeah. Fine wine. This love is getting sweeter, baby. Fine wine. This love is getting sweeter, darling. Fine wine. Your love is getting sweeter. Najona benda wine, tena fine wine. Sweeter than fine wine. Come on, let the fine wine. Sweeter than fine wine. Come on, let the fine wine. Sweeter than fine wine. Come on, let the fine wine. Sweeter than fine wine. Your love is getting sweeter. Shine your head, it's a crown. Don't let nobody ever put you down. Everything they do, we do it better. You need a bald man to love you better, baby. Shine your head, it's a crown. Don't let nobody ever put you down. Everything they do, we do it better. You need a bald man to love you better, baby. She says she want a bald man. She says she need a bald man. You know, once you go bald, no, you don't come back. So man, a bald man, come break this back. Oh, kili minywele, kila mtu anazake. Yule anani majaliwa. Wangapi wanazo na kichwani matope. Wengine nywele walinunua. So if you don't have it ready to be rasta, don't let your hair be your master. Keep it clean like a soldier. Somebody call the liar. Shine your head, it's a crown. Don't let nobody ever put you down. Everything
If I could have your attention, our 5 minutes are over. Please take your seats. Please take your seats. Our 5 minutes are over. We'll continue the presentations to the next group. Our next group is Logic Spires. So Logic Spires, please.
Good morning. Imagine for a moment a parade of African elephants, each weighing 5.5 tons, roaming the landscape of Kenya. Now, let's shift to a different kind of weight, not the weight of living beings, but the weight of e-waste. In our digital world, gadgets have become an integral part of our lives, and e-waste has been silently accumulating. In a single year, Kenya produced 51,300 metric tons of e-waste. To put this into perspective, this is nearly equivalent to 9,227 African elephants, each weighing 5.5 tons. This is more than Kenyan estimated elephant population. This staggering reality brings us to our problem statement. How might we ensure electronic consumers dispose of e-waste properly so as to promote sustainable e-waste management in Kenya?
Based on our research, we found out that 80% of electronic waste produced annually ends in the landfills, posing a significant threat to the environment. This improper disposal of electronic waste leads to release of harmful substances into the soil, hence contaminating the environment as well as endangering the human health. To address this problem, we have developed a mobile application known as Itaka, which will help to promote environmental sustainability through provision of a better method of disposal, and will also facilitate upcycling and reuse of electronic waste. The platform will function both as a marketplace for all the refurbished products and will allow users to make requests for collection of e-waste at their respective places.
Through Itaka, users can be able to submit a request of the waste they want to dispose. The recycling companies like Civic will get this request through the
dashboard, and we'll be able to determine when to collect this waste. This will be based on the quantity of waste an individual have disposed, or rather route mapping, which is how many people have disposed within particular area. After collecting this waste and getting to refurbish or recycle it, after collecting this waste, they'll either get to recycle or refurbish it. Our platform Itaka does not only simplify waste disposal, but also offers a marketplace for high quality refurbished products.
So why Itaka? Through Itaka, all electronics devices will be transformed into new devices. By embracing Itaka, we are creating a future where e-waste is not a burden, but a source of sustainability and innovation.
So here we have our dashboard, which provides a comprehensive overview for both the collection and e-commerce side. Our dashboard is mainly going to be used by the recycling company owners. On the collection side, given that a user has successfully placed a request for collection of e-waste, the recycling company owner will be able to see all the requests that have been made by the users here on the dashboard, with the latest request appearing the first. On the other side, on the e-commerce side, the recycling company owner will be able to see all the orders that have been made by the users for the purchase of the electronic products. They will be able to see all the deliveries that have been made, if any. They will also be able to see all the products that are available in the store. We have also integrated our mobile application with M-Pesa, hence all the successful payments that have been made by the users will be available here on the payments page. We will now show our judges how our mobile application works. For the rest of the audiences, we see the video on the slides.
So I'll be taking you through the e-commerce side, while my colleague will be taking the other through the collection. So on the e-commerce side, you'll be able to view all these products that have been refurbished, and you can tap on to see more details of the product, and then you can also add it to cart. You can also fill your cart, and if you're satisfied with your journey, you can check out, and from checking out, you can choose your delivery and also the location that you are at. Then you can confirm, and after confirming, you can check out. If you're checking out, you can enter your phone number.
So you pay for the disposal?
Yeah, and you pay for the refurbished goods. So if you confirm payment, you will get an STD push asking you to input your number.
For more information about our product, you can find us on our website, and also feel free to download our app from Amazon. We are the Logic Spires. Thank you.
So there's a payment model. It's a web application. There's a payment model, and for those that are disposing, are they paying or are they getting paid?
They are being paid for disposing their waste.
How are you planning, or how are you interacting with the people that are going to be actually doing the disposal? Like, what's the process for that?
Okay. Once a user has made a request, the recycling company owners, we talked to eWeek. They have specific people who do the collections. So from there, they can now go to do the collections.
After collection, there's a company that is doing the proper disposal.
Yeah, they
or
recycle.
refurbishment.
Yeah,
Okay.
they refurbish.
Okay, cool. What was the challenge that you faced in terms of, I see like integrating with M-Pesa, or any other integration that you had to do for the web application?
So for the M-Pesa integration, we currently want the user to get their cart calculated, so that the only thing they will be doing is inputting their M-Pesa PIN. As of currently, the user has to input their amount and also their phone number, but we are looking to get better at it and also do that.
If you are to describe or the profile of the ideal waste disposer, or what are those critical characteristics that you'd
So
say?
you input the type of waste you want to dispose, the
If you are to describe the persona or the person who is to use the app, what are the specific characteristics? Who is the ideal user of your application?
anyone who consumes electronic waste. Majorly, we are focusing on institutions or companies. Then we have the households now.
Did you have a chance to speak to this institution?
Yeah, we talked to Tech Leads Africa.
Mhm.
We also talked to our institution, Architects, because we also have laptops that we would like to dispose.
What was the emerging problem that was common across the three of them, the four of them?
So most of the people say that they have this waste, but now they just keep it at their home places or the companies because of lack proper disposal methods. Now they don't know where to take this waste, so they just have to stay with them. Yeah.
And also to add on that, most of them don't know what is e-waste management. So most of them, they just keep their e-waste at home because they don't know the right method to dispose it, and they don't have the knowledge of e-waste.
Finally, what's the incentive of them to dispose via e-taka?
So by disposing through Itaka, they'll be able to get paid for the waste that they're disposing. So when the recycling company gets the request and they are interested in the e-waste that has been requested to be collected, the recycling company will pay the person that is wants their e-waste to be collected. So that's how they get benefit.
Sorry, and I may have missed this, so excuse me. I'm trying to understand. So if I am a householder and I have maybe 2 laptops I'd like to dispose of, and I go through the app, yes, there is an option for M-Pesa. Is that M-Pesa for me to receive money for my waste, or for me to pay for money so my waste can be collected?
So the M-Pesa on the app is for if you are buying refurbished goods from the app. And for being paid after, for requesting your waste to be collected, the recycling company will be the one paying you doing that.
Okay, so the scheduling for knowing when my laptop will be collected, have you integrated that into the app, or the location where I should drop it off for it to be recycled? Maybe have you thought of that as well?
That is on the dashboard, because that's where the recycling company will see the details of the request. So they'll see your name, the number, the quantity of e-waste you want collected, and then they'll accept. When they accept the request, you'll get a notification telling you the details and when it will be collected.
Thank you.
Any more questions? Okay, thank you. Thank you. Our next group, Hack Hives. Hack Hives.
Good morning, everyone. Imagine coming home from work looking forward to a refreshing shower and washing working clothes, only to find out there's no water. Sharon is facing the challenge of water depleted without notice, and the attendant responsible for water management is only available during working hours. So Sharon has to wait till the following morning for the water to be pumped. This highlighted the pressing need of how might we enable monitoring water levels to ensure consistency and timely water supply.
So during our research, we found out that the pumping water system operates within 7 days, running from 4 to 5 hours within a day, only if one of the following condition happens. That's lack of electricity or air in the system. So to address this issue, we come up with AquaVigil. AquaVigil is a device equipped with a water level sensor that will monitor the level of water in the tank. So when the level of water in the tank is low, the pumping system will be turned on. And if the water level in the tank is high, the pumping system will be turned off. So you may ask yourself, why AquaVigil? Aquavigil is a product maintaining consistent of water supply, and also it helps in sudden drop of water availability. So I would like to welcome our judges for the demo. So here is our product. This one is acting as our tank for now. This is our sensor, ultratron sensor. So whatever we are doing now, basically we are measuring the distance of our water level. So the distance of the water level in our tank is displayed in the LCD, where the person who is in charge of water pumping will see the level of water displaying in our LCD. So here, the water level in our tank for now is 20 centimeter is being displayed in the LCD. Here is the LCD. The sensor is being like when you tap it, it's being affected by the wave, so it should be settled in the tank. For that one, for now, we have not done that one, but we will incorporate for that now. For now, we are basically consider the distance of water level in the tank.
We'll invent it in the future.
So for more information about Aquavigil product, you can visit us on our website. Thank you.
In this case, you're saying the sensor, when it notices you're saying when the sensor notices the water being low, that's when it triggers the pump to be
turned on.
okay. So there's an integration to the pump system. So like switching it on, switching off, like proper.
To pump the water into the tank.
Okay, cool. Do you have back end or a dashboard to show how that is operating? Any specific reason why that was not a consideration?
We thought of maybe implementing another sensor for it to send an alarm to the attendant to pump manually the water.
So how do you know that over time it's operating as expected? Or how will the operator know that over time it's operating as expected?
You look at the LCD manually, because it will be placed in the tank. It will continuously like showing the.
Does it keep a history?
No.
Okay.
Just another question. Who is your target market? Like, who do you plan to sell this to if it was supposed to be a selling thing?
Estates, maybe.
Sorry?
Estates.
Maybe what are the critical challenges you faced while developing that?
Okay, we faced inaccuracy, but we found out that there's a sensor that is needed to be placed in the tank for us to incorporate with our product for it to be accurate.
If you could speak to what would it take for you to build more of those so that mass production of that, what is that specific knowledge that you think you have to gather yourself, or what will it take for you to do mass production of what you have?
So the knowledge that we must use for us to build the product, it was an hardware knowledge that's basically an IoT, so that our device can give our attendants accurate value of the amount of water level in the tank for her to pump the water. So basically, that's an Internet of Things.
Hi. I would say it's very relevant because of where I live. We have an attendant. Most of the times when the water levels go down, he doesn't know. We have to tell him. But my thinking is maybe for you, is it automated? In a sense where you don't have to call the person to come and pump, where it can just, if it detects it's below this amount, it just automatically opens. And does it do that? That would be, I would suggest you think of that because it is so relevant because I feel the pain right now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Any more questions? Thank you, Archives. Green Revive, are you ready? Come on stage.
Good morning, everyone. Stephen Covey wisely said, principles are the basis upon which a value system is created for everyone. In line with this statement, Kenya has set aside standards that regulate how the three arms of government carry out operations for the benefits of all citizenry. However, the disconnect comes about when citizenry do not understand what these principles are and how they come in play in daily life. For instance, take the case of Nazi, who when coming home from work was stopped by a policeman and he had his vehicle searched without his consent or without being explained to why the search was there. This left him in a state of confusion, wondering whether this was the right way to do things or whether the law will be on his side when he takes this forward.
But why would Nazi question whether the law will be on his side or not? Does he know the law? Does he understand the law? Wait, how many cases like Nazi are happening out there in broad daylight? From the research we conducted, 63% of citizens do not understand the law. 35% have either heard it from televisions, from audios, or through official documents. But it's not only full of jargon, but also too lengthy. So this led us to a question: how might we help break down complex principles of governance so as to have an engaging and collaborative citizenry?
And for us to tackle this issue and help more people like Nazi, we developed a product, Serawazi. Serawazi is a gamified mobile application incorporated with a web-based chatbot. And in the application, Nazi will be able to select a character, select a level, and select a character, select a category, and select a level too. In the application, Nazi is interacting with scenarios. And in these scenarios, Nazi is only not stuck, but we've provided Nazi with answers. In this application, Nazi will be able to choose an answer, and if an answer is correct, Nazi is going to get a congratulatory message and a reward that is going to unlock the next level. And if Nazi chooses a wrong answer, Nazi is going to get a correct answer according to the constitution. On other hand, if Nazi opts to use our chatbot, in the application, Nazi is going to register, and upon the successful registration, Nazi can now access our chatbot and have personal interaction and ask more questions about the constitution.
So why Serawazi? Serawazi is your gateway to an engaged and an empowered future. So experience Serawazi, where governance becomes interactive, personalized, and each step unlocks a reward of progress. Now let's have our judges see how Serawazi works as the audience experience it on the screen.
answer, but it
Let's say you get a wrong answer, it gets to give you a right answer according to the constitution. And then now you can opt to use the chatbot, which you have now to type this one can contribute you can opt to use our chatbot.
It will try to load because we fed our chatbot with just a web documents of
someone
the
without any knowledge of without any reason, what can I do? Can I do? And what are my rights? These are chatbot that is Sarah now. It gives answer this.
For more information about Serawazi, you can visit our website, and you can also go to Amazon App Store to download our app. Thank you. We are Green Revive.
Civic education is really important, and I think we are all missing out on that. So, good niche. A question in regard to the execution of the project. We have about, I think, 44 tribes or more in Kenya. And the question would be, majority of the people that lack the civic education, they probably are not conversant with the jargon language, the English language, especially when they become slow. I wonder what's your idea around how to solve for language barriers?
Could you come again, kindly?
What's the plan to cater for language barrier that exists between the civic education that exists out there, which mostly is in English, while majority of the population probably speaks their native language?
So one thing that we thought about when building Serawazi, we thought of getting to give these people who get to use our chatbot to get to interact with the scenarios that simply simplified for them, that they get to question the understanding of the constitution. And also we are opting to get to connect to certified lawyers and people who are into civic education that will get, upon getting points on while playing Serawazi, you can get to talk to a person who will get to direct you on your scenario, given the scenario that you're facing.
Are the scenarios predetermined, or what happens when someone has a scenario that is not part of the game yet?
So that's now where Serawazi comes in. The Sarah chatbot now. As I have shown our judge here, you get to talk to Sarah. You prompt your scenario. Let's say you have a scenario like Nitanzola, who was a woman in Nairobi was currently who drove a police to Kitengela. She could have get to talk to Sarah, asking, "I am arrested without any reasons. What can I do?" And then Sarah will get to give a lineup. Let's say step 1, you don't have to speak. You have to ask the reason. Like Sarah gets to give you a guidance and then tells you that you can also get to talk to someone who is professionally. Yeah.
What are the technologies that you've used behind the scenes? And have you used ML as part of this? Or is that something that you considered? Machine learning.
In bot press, we were able to feed in the PDF for the Constitution, the one of Bill of Rights, and then we also used web views in Android, where we are now able to get the correct answers according to the Constitution from the document we fed with the bot press.
Did you consider machine learning models for this?
That's something we can consider in our next iteration, but currently we thought of, because we're dealing with, let's say, we're dealing with because currently we just wanted to see how convenient our user will have to use we wanted to see the accuracy of using the bot press part, but ML is something that we'll be considering. Our next iteration is something that we'll put into consideration.
I might be repeating this, but I'm sorry, but maybe I want to treat it a little bit differently. Is it possible to support different languages in the interaction?
Currently, it only supports English, but in the future iteration, we will look into incorporating the different Kenyan languages, because this is a Kenyan product and it's meant for the Kenyan citizenry. So currently, it only supports English.
Adding on that, we not only thought of citizens, but that's now the term citizenry comes in. There are people from Uganda, Rwanda, South Africans living in Kenya. They're not only the people living in Nairobi alone, but also the citizen. We thought of getting to bring into all these people from everywhere, where they can get to talk to Sarah, since they don't have that key understanding of the Kenyan constitution. They can get to talk to Sarah and then get the questions.
I hope you don't limit yourself, because if it's something that can be reused in other governments, because constitutions are different everywhere. So you should be able to think about how that can be applied. Same baseline, and if you take it to Tanzania, take it to Malaysia, and you can still be able to quickly start up and utilize it. That's something to think about.
Do you have plans to incorporate the other side of the governance? So like the policemen who actually want to support the constitution, the lawmakers, it feels obviously as like citizen protection, but what are your plans of bringing in the other side? So, you know, when a policeman sees you pulling out Sarah, it's not like they run away. It feels like, you know, you're reading from the same set of laws.
Yeah, I think we have plans to incorporate, like it doesn't look, it's leaning only on the citizens, where even a policeman can have a right to know what he or she is supposed to do on a occasion or an experience done. Because as per now we have the categories where you can choose. If you choose Bill of Rights, so you're going to like interact with scenarios according to Bill of Rights. So that's
I think this is really, really good. You took on a huge elephant, and you can see from the questions that are coming up that maybe there might be some issues with implementation. But before you have issues with literacy levels, because Kenya has high literacy levels of over 82% for those over 15, I think sustainability is going to be one of your biggest problems, because you need to know like who's paying for utilization and maintenance of this platform to get that information. But I think this is really, really good. It's an essential service. It's needed. And I just want to applaud you for diving into a section of innovation that people shy away from. And that's in governance and things to do with legal. As you said, it's all stuck in books. So yeah, really, really good job on this. And it has a lot of potential. The other thing is there are standard things that won't change much over the, as all over the world. And you mentioned one of them, Bill of Rights. So before you worry about the mountain of customizing to different countries, customizing to languages, think about scale for things that are standard globally. Yeah. That's my comment.
First of all, great project. I know all of us resonate with the law, and not all of us know what the law entails. So my question, and more of a comment, I think it's very important for you guys to build on this project. And I think due to the rise of AI, it's very easy for you to like get a lot of data set and feed it to AI and get or make sense out of this data. Mine is just a comment and a heads up that AI is here and you don't need to worry about the data. The data, it's very easy for you to sort out this data and help the end users make sense out of the law in the easiest and the simplest way possible. So great job, kudos.
Thank you.
You might not have heard about the Busia and Malaba border. Well, this serves as a vital trade and transport hub that is located between Uganda and Kenya. It's not just like any other border, but it's one of the busiest crossing borders in East Africa, with an average of 1,000 cargo trucks crossing each day. However, the congestion of trucks has become a major concern around this border. The long queues of trucks awaiting to cross this border has not only led to economical losses for businesses, environmental destruction, social consequences, but has also made the drivers not to meet their deadlines on time.
So we wanted to understand more about the problem and know how we can solve it. So we asked ourselves, how might we improve efficiency at the Busia and Malaba border so as to reduce truck congestion? We conducted research at Mlolongo, where we managed to interview 37 truck drivers, and from them we figured out that the main reason that contributes to truck congestion is the delayed and tedious process of document presentation, since they have to present a couple of documents, including their passports, their C1 document, their T1 document, and this is a process that is done manually, so it takes up a lot of time.
To solve this problem, we developed a product called Trucks. Trucks is a mobile application where drivers are able to create an account, key in the details of their documents, and also upload an image of the documents. We have categorized the documents into three. We have the personal documents, cargo documents, and truck documents. On the other side, we have a web portal where the documents are received and verified by the custom official officer. Let me take you through our web portal for the custom officers. So when the custom officer has signed up or logged in, they're able to see the total number of drivers, the total number of cleared drivers, the total pending drivers whose documents have not been verified, the verified drivers whose documents have been verified, and the rejected drivers whose documents have been declined. And when they navigate through the drivers list, they'll be able to see the list of all the drivers. We have categorized them according to their status. So when we click on Daniel, we are able to see his personal documents, and we are able to see his personal documents. And if the custom officer is unable to see the image on how we have set it, they can able to click the image and they can see it clearly. And each and every document is verified. After the verification, the driver will move from the pending list to the verified list. This verified list, upon the driver's arrival, the custom officer is able to see the summary of what they had verified and counter check. For example, if the cargo they declared in the cargo document, it's the cargo they have carried on the truck.
Through trucks, the challenges facing document verification are alleviated, thus enhancing and increasing efficiency at the Busia and Malaba border. So now we'd like to demonstrate to you how the app works, and here is a video of how the application works. So for more information, you can visit us on our information website, and you can download the app on Amazon App Store. Thank you. We're Nova.
Great problem to solve. I think I've been there and have seen the magnitude of that problem. I think today we are living in a digital world, and the government has fully embraced that with the use of e-citizen almost everywhere. So my question here would be, what is that one thing you have observed while coming up with this that is the major barrier to usage of such a system, knowing too well other government agencies are using e-citizen? What is that one specific thing that you could say, this is the reason why they are not using such a portal?
What we've observed is the government has not yet published what they are trying to solve for, because before us coming up with this problem, we got to know that there is a system they are trying to do, but it is not yet fully, it is not functioning at all. So what we know, our unique feature that we have is the cargo declaration. Now, before the driver gets to be verified at the Busia and Malaba border, you have to put in the cargoes that you're carrying, for example, laptops or cards. So that is our unique feature.
Some of those personal documents need to be refreshed, maybe monthly or every 2 months. Like I know the ID, passport, you don't have to re-upload them, but if a health document, you might have to re-upload them. Have you thought about putting documents that you're gonna use regardless, and then documents that you need to constantly re-upload on a view, so I'm able to see all the documents I have and what I am updating. Also, am I clear?
Not really.
I'm saying there's some documents that you need to renew, for instance, the health
document, am I allowed to attach multiple in different trips? And then also, second, do I have, is it possible to have a view where I can see all the documents that I'm required to have so that I'm able to transport cargo through the Malaba-Busia border?
So at the moment, like they're re-uploading the cargo documents, but for the personal documents, we want to have them stored so that, like, when a driver needs to reuse that route, they can just re-upload only the cargo documents.
What's the incentive for the drivers and even maybe the government to utilize the platform?
So for the drivers, like when we were conducting research, we found out that there are some drivers who have to bribe so that they can have their cargo verified sooner. But with Tracks app, we want all of the drivers to be able to upload their documents and have them verified before they reach the border. So when they reach at the border, it's only the clearance of the cargo and scanning of the cargo that they're carrying.
Excuse me, I have a question. Sorry, my name is Dennis. Is the verification, is it all manual? Right. So what if, like a bill of lading, for example, is fake, or another example is an ID? How do you know an ID is real? Is it all manual, or are you working on any third-party integrations to help with verification in any way?
So in the verification process, that's why we requested the drivers to take a picture of the document. If what you have keyed in and what the document is, it's saying something controversy, like they will be able to decline. And remember, it's the custom officer is the one who is clearing this driver, so they are able to know if the document is fake or the document is not fake. And if they are able to, let me say, if they have seen the document is fake, when the drivers come, they can be able to use the summary of their documents, so that they can tell the driver to like bring all the documents for them to counter check for them.
Right. Just as a follow-up, not to put down Kenyans, but Kenyans have become very enterprising in Photoshop. It's very democratized right now. I deal with a lot of KYC. There's no way of eyeballing these documents and knowing what is fake and what is not. So maybe think about not all documents, but any document that can be verified otherwise should come. Otherwise, if you just depend on that photo, anyone can do Photoshop, FYI. Just think about it.
Thank you. My name is Samuel, and I think, as you can tell from the questions that you're getting, it's a monumental task that you've taken up. So personally, I have background in research and specifically customs, and there's two things that I'd like to point out in what you've said. So the customs process is a pipeline, and there's the essence of introducing an electronic tool in that pipeline is for value addition. So you want to understand how best you can shorten the process by introducing an electronic tool. The first thing that you said was you're introducing the tool in your process because of the delays, and what you believe in the customs delays takes a long time is the cargo declaration. That's correct. And then on the second part is, I'll cover cargo declaration first. So the thing in the cargo declaration process that requires a lot of enhancements, and just me pointing out something that you might want to look at moving forward, is this physical intervention of customs officers actually going to confirm that the items in the declaration match what is being transported in the cargo, because of people illegally transporting goods across the border. You might want to see how best can my app alleviate this process of having a customs officer going to look at the item, physically verify that it's what matches. So there's electronic tools that can help you with that. There's already X-ray tools deployed support. It's a good first step. And then on the next part is the way you have the process of showing what it is on the dashboard and allowing the cargo, the people and processes to move past quickly on the physical documentation, as Dennis had mentioned. That's also another point where you can see how can I include another electronic tool and integrate it with my app and make it more efficient. But kudos, it's an amazing project that you're taking on. It's a monumental task, and I'd like to see how far you can get with this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi. I'm just curious to know how does your application ensure inclusivity in terms of the different document formats and languages that are on those specific documents?
Sorry?
How does your application ensure inclusivity in regards to documents that show up in different languages, and in regards to the truck drivers? For most, they are not like familiar with English or, inclusivity in that regard.
Okay, that is something that we've not yet implemented, but we are thinking of implementing it in a way of translating or scanning the documents. Yeah.
Okay.
Final question. The application is heavy on document upload, especially pictures, PDF, and whatnot. One thing that may come up would be maybe the resolution of the cameras that are being used by these drivers being so low, and this document not being clearly visible on the cargo, on the custom location. So the question is, what are the kind of thoughts you have around how to tackle the challenge of one, someone has to open a document, squint at it to see what really is there? What are the kind of ideas do you have in mind around how to fasten the process of reading this document at the custom?
One of the ideas that we have is, because apparently you just take a picture of your document, then you save it in your gallery. Obviously, it is saved in your gallery. So when you're uploading them, you just, it prompts you to go to your gallery, and then you tap on that specific document. But now the idea that we want to put in is that you just take a picture of it there and then, without you now first taking the picture and then uploading it later. But when you've already tapped all that, you've gone all the way, you just tap on it and you take a picture there and then and just upload it. Yeah.
Will that be every time you're crossing the border, or is it something that is maintained within the system so that you don't have to take a photo the next time you're going through the platform, through the border?
It is when you're crossing now the border, because it is always two-way, going to Uganda and also coming to Kenya.
So every time you have to scan your documents?
Yeah, because the documents do change, apart from the personal documents. But these other ones, they always do change.
Okay.
Now I feel like I'm having many comments, but anyway, I think your head is in the right frame that this entire logistics problem needs to be digitized, but it involves more than just, documentation. There's security issues at borders, and what you're trying to say is how to use electronic support to ensure these processes are seamless. Other countries are using laser visas, and all that information can be put on that. I'm not a techie, so I'll use all the wrong words. And you don't need to keep uploading and all that. So what I'm saying is that you're right, your head is in the right place, that this problem needs to be solved. But there's a lot of ICT infrastructure that needs to be put all around it to support that process to be seamless. But not to say that there's no room for logistics support that is facing the driver. Queue management systems for tracking at borders exists. Knowing when you're next, getting alerts, knowing when there are holdups. I was actually going to mention about the X-ray, use of X-rays for scanning goods. There's so much that can help, that information can all be integrated, that can help a driver access it while on their phone to make processes easier for them. It will have a lot to do with interoperability of information systems, which of course we know the infrastructure in our country is not there. But as usual, in the innovative space, you know, the innovators go first, then somewhere private sector catches up, then somewhere development comes to support in that, and 10 years later, 15 years later, then government will catch up. Yeah, but your headspace is correct. Just keep defining what problem exactly you're trying to solve and what enablers in the ecosystem are needed to materialize it. And again, what does sustainability and the revenue stream look like for this? Who's the payer? Yeah.
Yeah, I think you have the blocks together. I would recommend looking at platforms like Waze, like the Maps platform, because maybe you might not get the adoption of the customs people processing at the border, but I think in a world where every driver who's going to that border gets your app, either because they can receive news of, you know, who's the best guy to bribe today, or so I think when you look at the community of the drivers themselves, I think a driver would be happy to pay to see today's average waiting time, right, at the border and stuff like that. So I think as much as maybe difficult to get like farm adoption, that could be a way to build around, so that at one point it's the customs guy who's forced to actually download documents from your system, because basically everyone who passes by that border is sort of a community within this. So again, yeah, great direction. I think it's finding sort of like where your leverage will be to get the system to start to be sort of adopted, you know, more heavily.
Thank you. Our next group, Amani.
Sounds like paradise, right? Let me bring you closer home to Lake Naivasha, that is located in the Rift Valley, and it provides a really beautiful scenery. There are different activities that take place in this lake, such as fishing, tourism, and farming, mainly floriculture, which contributes to 70% of Kenya's economy. However, this lake has been facing pollution threats that not only harms the aquatic life, but also the lives that depend on it. Meet Evans, an environmental conservationist who is on a mission to save the day. Evans is so much concerned about this pollution problem. And so what does Evans do? Evans decides to rally the community and train them to become water detectives. Their mission, to collect water samples from the lake every month and send them off to the lab for testing. Now, this process is not only time-consuming, but it is also expensive and sometimes puts people's lives into danger. This sparked our curiosity, and we were asking ourselves, how might we monitor optimal pH to guard its ecological integrity?
We carried out research to furthermore understand the problem. Our findings revealed that the major cause of water pollution in Lake Naivasha are the pesticides and fertilizers. These account to 45% of pollution. They originate from the flower farms and the small-scale holder farms, which use excessive pesticides and fertilizers, hence leading to the deterioration of water quality. The second pollutant coming from the runoffs, which contribute to 30%, 15% coming from the solids and liquid waste, and then the least pollutant coming from the plastics and metals. After analyzing the major problem, we sat down as a team to solve for it.
So we built a product called Aquamani, which is an IoT
device that will be used to monitor the pH level of the water. This device will be used to both record and visualize data, and it will help our user, like Evans, to get real-time data.
You might ask yourself why Aquamani. Our product will help people like Evans to read, analyze data, and make informed decisions on how to control water pollution. It will also contribute on SDG number 6, which is clean water and sanitation, and also number 14, which is life underwater.
If we can all come together and keep water safe, we shall not only be saving the aquatic life, but also the lives that depend on water. Now, I'd like to welcome the judges to come and have a look of how our product works, as the rest of you can view that on the screen.
Okay, this is our product Aquamani, and before we even continue, I would just like to mention that how our product is going to work. We're going to install it in water entry points that channel the water into the lake, and then on a normal circumstance, a pH scale is supposed to runs between 0 to 14, whereby a solution, or in this case, our water is going to be declared as acidic when it falls between 0 to 6, and when it is at 7, the water is declared as neutral. Then 8 to 14 is either basic or alkaline. So here I have 2 samples of water. The first, this one is being collected from the lake, and then this one, we just collected the normal water that we drink. So we might have the assumption that the clean water that we take is clean, is safe for the aquatic life. So we just want to test the quality and determine if whether the 2 samples are safe or not. So here, as you can see on my screen, the pH level of the first water, the first sample is at 8. And bearing in mind, aquatic life survives on the pH levels between 7 to 9, whereby it is not too acidic and not too basic. So the current reading is at 8. Then let me just put it, the second sample. Just upload it. So it's not safe for the aquatic life. Those who depend on the lake water.
So we know you have installed the devices at the entry point, and you have seen the value of the pH. What then? What happens from there?
So at the moment, whatever
means that in case there's pollution in the lake, let's say immediately after the collected water, the lake is able to maybe make informed decisions when that happens, right? But in this case, you're able to get real-time data. You're able to get real-time data that will enable this person to make informed decision on also what has happened and where is this pollution coming from. Yeah. So it's upon them to decide what are we going to do on this particular issue. For us, it's just to make sure that they can be able to get real-time data.
So who's the target? The water ministry, the water?
We have Water Resource Authority,
Okay.
NEMA, because they're the ones who are concerned in keeping the environment safe.
Okay. You had mentioned that you're going to be collecting samples and sending them. This more about just detecting the measures from that point.
Currently, what they've been doing, they go to the lake, collect water samples, and then take them to the laboratory for testing. So they have to do continuous movements, going and coming back. So as for what we want to reload, to reduce that, so that even if they go, the data keeps changing to know the real-time data that is that is displayed on the dashboard. So those continuous movements is what we want to solve, and also enable them to get the real-time data.
Did you you mentioned this will be at the entry points for water into the lagoon. Did you consider about having buoys with water sensors within the lake itself?
Yeah, we considered that. Lake Naivasha has two entry points. There's Malewa and Gilgil. So the reason why we're targeting those entry points was because Malewa contributes 90% of the amount of the volume of water that is poured in the lake. So why we targeted those points was because we can easily know that now if this volume is 90%, meaning you can know that this part is under bringing pollution. So that was the main point. So to implement that product, we have to, of course, it should be floating, we implement a boiler thing to be able to sustain it. So even if maybe when the wind blows, it is able to maintain and be able to display the data.
And just to add on that, they already have a telemetric center. So what they don't have is the sensors to measure for. The telemetric sensor is measuring temperature, but they don't have. They've not yet installed the sensors to measure for the pH. Yeah, and we're also concentrating on these entry points because River Malewa, most flower farms are located in the eastern part of Lake Naivasha, where River Malewa is. So it's these flower farms that they use fertilizers that have got phosphorus and nitrogen, that when it rains or when they're farming, the river carries this back to the lake. So that is why we have to concentrate mostly on those entry points.
What are the key critical design choices that you had to make to your product from the inception to where you have today, where you have it today?
Pardon?
What are key design consideration you have had to make along the way up to the point where you have made this device?
If I have understood the question well, how we're able to implement it, or
are there critical constraints around design of this, what you have, that you have had to change along the way, or you really have to consider before coming up with it?
At first, we have we wanted to consider variables like temperature, but then you find that to measure the quality of water, we considered pH, because pH has both hydrogen ions and hydroxyl ions. And for the temperature, it cannot give us that data, because if pH shows that it has hydrogen ions, meaning the solution is acidic. If it has hydroxyl ions, meaning the solution is either basic or alkaline. So we considered temperature, we considered pH at the end, because we would get exactly what the state of water would be like. Since it's from 0 to 14, we shall exactly know that this now from 5 to below, it's acidic, and then neutral 7 to 8, then above that is alkaline. So that's why we took pH to be the main variable to consider.
And then from an environmental perspective, is there a specific maybe lakes in the country or wherever in the world where it's expected that what you are considering as dangerous in different parts is normal in other areas? And if so, how does that change your implementation?
For us, since we are concentrating on Naivasha,
and it is surrounded by flower farms and then these small scale holder farms that do farming around the lake. We found out that it is mainly caused by pesticides and fertilizers. That is why if these pesticides and fertilizers contain nutrients of nitrogen and phosphate, it will clearly show that maybe the water that is flowing in the lake is acidic. So it was easy for us to easily identify, but for maybe another lake should have other variables that we should consider, either the temperature of the water. So I think it can be adjustable, considering the variations.
Any more questions?
Sorry, I'd like to understand. All we are doing is giving the government officials for the lakes the pH value of the lake. That's basically all your tool is doing. But they can easily do that with the pH strips that we used to use in high school in chemistry. Do you remember them? The blue and the red? So if all you're doing is giving them that value, which they can easily get from a small strip, so what value add is your tool bringing?
So we're not only giving them the pH values, we want our target user is the stakeholder. As when we did our research, we went to Lake Naivasha Repellent Association, ChemFree, that is Kenya Marine Fisheries and Research Institute. We also went to National Environment Management Authority. So their challenge was to know why is the water, why is this part polluted or non-polluted. So as we want to give them real data, we are using the pH for them to be able to know the quality of water, the state in which the water is. So for the pH, yes, they will be able to know, but then we want this, the stakeholders to be the one to control the readings, as he's able to send them maybe to the authorities now to know. For them, their final knowledge should be knowing if the water is safe or unsafe. But behind the back end, these stakeholders are supposed to know the quality of the water using now the pH.
And just to add on that, in as much as they can use the pH scale, you find that they'll have to go to the lakes, right? And what they do is they go to the lakes monthly. But in this case, you find that the product is able to send you real-time data on what the pH is reading at what particular time and day. So you won't have to, assuming that maybe, like for an instance that happened in 2017, a fish died in the lake, right? Assuming that they had gone to the lake previously to collect water samples, and then that happened. Like it happened after they had already collected water samples. They are not able to tell what was the cause or where that was coming from. But if you have this device, you'll be able to tell the pH level at a particular point is high, and now we need to take action.
Okay, so the device not only just shows the pH, but it doesn't tell them the cause of why the pH is high. So there are possible reasons as to why the pH could be high, but you're not showing that on your device. You're just giving them, this is the value at this point in time. You do with it as you wish, right?
Yes.
Okay, maybe you could think for anything future related on how you could possibly make it better, because right now it seems like the problem that you're trying to solve, how much will the tool be going for? Is it cheaper for them to use this other means? Have someone by the lake going there every day, for example? Because Kisumu, the lake is very near the business center in town. So it's just you can walk down to where Luangni Hotel is and very easily drop whatever it is you need to drop. A boat ride, I think, should be maybe 50 shillings. So if you consider that as well in your solution, which is how cheaper is it going to be when they use your solution vis-a-vis sending someone directly down there? Number two, other than sending pH, what else could be of value add? If they can easily use it with a strip, is there something else that you can add on top of that? Which is, if the pH value is this, then this is the most likely cause of the contamination. And this cause, because it is in this area, we suspect it is from this farm. So could you then check into this farm and find out what products they're using for their fertilizers, something like that? That might be a bit more intuitive than just sending them pH values, which people might not also be looking at. The way they go and get the readings once a month, they might be having an analyst to check the pH values once a month. So if there had been an alerting system where if every time the pH drops, an email is immediately sent or flagged for, we know you're not looking at this all the time, but this is the current reading, how do you then deal with that? Does that make sense? Yeah. Okay.
Actually, your last statement is what I was going to say, but I'll add something else. From what I understand you're trying to say is there are many other factors that could show the lake is polluted, but you're using pH in real time to flag. So maybe in your explanation that didn't come out so clearly, because using a real-time sensor can also never substitute for doing lab tests, because there's more that they need to check in the lab that they actually do have to collect sample. And if you're going to collect sample and go to the lab, you will then as well just do the pH, right, while you're there. But what you're saying is it can help to flag, early danger signs. More like, I'll just use examples to what's relevant to me. Like fever, without necessarily diagnosing yet what the cause of fever is. So I think that's what they're trying to say. But I'm looking at this in a totally different way. There's a problem with dental fluorosis in Kenya, in Nairobi. All these apartments that have boreholes and whatever, almost 78% of Nairobi children are having signs of permanent dental fluorosis, which causes cavities because of the amounts of fluorides in water. It's actually a crisis in Nairobi that dentists have been talking about. And there's enough studies that have been done for that. And there's actually open access fluoride sensors that exist globally that we are just not using. Your line of thinking is correct. It's in the same place, and don't limit it to lakes. All these water boreholes that people have to live in apartments because they have boreholes, they need testing, they need real-time information that goes to the Nairobi Water Company and even potential tenants. I think expand the thinking on what else a sensor can do in water and who it can help. Yeah, but great line of thought.
Thank you. We have 2 more groups left. So Gandhi, it's your time to shine.
Oh, shit.
Good afternoon. Kenya experiences different types of disaster each and every year, with nearly half of the counties experiencing floods and millions of people who are at a risk of drought each and every year. The early warning systems plays a vital role in disaster risk reduction, as it provides communities living in disaster-prone areas or communities mostly affected by disaster with enough time to prepare and evacuate before disaster strikes. However, the early warning systems are not always accurate, which may lead to late evacuation of people from disaster-prone areas or loss of property and loss of lives. This led us to asking ourselves, how might we improve the accuracy of the early warning systems in disaster-prone areas so as to improve community preparedness?
Of natural disaster. However, these systems may be inaccurate due to a number of factors. Based on our research, we found out that the causes of inaccurate data are improper calibration of instrument with statistics of 50%, environmental factors including extreme temperatures, high winds, accounting to 15%, and inaccurate data records accounting to 35%.
So in order to solve for this problem, we developed a mobile application named Guardian. How the application is going to work, once a meteorologist has already signed in or logged into the mobile application, we are able to see step-by-step instructions on how to calibrate the instruments, and also the data we are going to acquire while calibrating the instruments. They are able to record the data, and the data will be saved and it will be visible in our dashboard, hence making it work easier for them.
And you might ask yourself, why Guardian?
With Gauge Guardian application, the meteorologists will be able to confidently provide communities with accurate and timely warnings, hence allowing them to take the necessary precaution to safeguard themselves and their loved ones. We will now show our judges how our mobile application works, and for the rest of the audience who can watch the video on the screen.
So once a meteorologist has already signed in on the application, this is the line inspector they're going to see. When they click on the calibrate, they're going to see a list of instruments that they can choose to calibrate. For instance, you can take the rain gauge. They get to see the steps that they can take so that they can calibrate the instrument. So after calibrating, they will be able to record the data. Yeah. So after for the data they recorded for, like for the rain gauge, the standard value is basically 20.00. When you find the one you love, what they're going to acquire after, like they're measuring the rainfall. The calibration value is the difference between these two. Yeah. And the instruments, the one that one is once it's confirmed it's clear, they will be able to display the data. Yeah, and also one can also set a reminder for the next calibration to one month. Yeah. So when you find the one you love, don't fight it, feel it. When you find something you love,
And so we have Gauge Guardian dashboard. The dashboard is meant for the data center department, where they can have an overview of all the instruments that are available and also the notification. And so once the meteorologist has keyed in the data on the mobile phone, the data is being reflected on the dashboard. And as you can see, here is the data that has been recorded. For more information about Gauge Guardian, you can visit our website and also download our application on Amazon. Thank you for listening. We are Gandhi.
Does the dashboard show the location?
It's only the data record that is on the mobile that is reflecting.
Will it be important to show the location, even visualize the location, so that we know where those gadgets are?
Yeah, on our next iteration, we are going to implement that one.
Why did you not consider it for this time? Like, what was the concern? Now I've seen maps all through, so yeah. I won't say it's a technical challenge, but what was the design or technical decision that was made to not necessarily consider that?
So first, we considered working with the meteorologist department at Nairobi for the testing part. Then later we were now moving to the integration part to implement the same application in different counties.
What are they currently using, and is it something that they would embrace, using a mobile app while doing the calibrations?
So currently, first for the data record, it's recorded into a template. Then once the data is recorded into the template, it's sent to the data center through an email, where the meteorologist is supposed now to write manually the data that he or she has collected from the weather stations.
Why need to calibrate? What problem is it solving by calibrating?
So like for the instruments, there is a based on the place that they are being stored, there are variation of temperature, and different environmental factors. So to increase the accuracy, now they have to check if there was a challenge there was a variation maybe on a temperature, they have to now to calibrate maybe for a thermometer so that it be accurate now when they are recording their data at the moment.
And why meteorologists and not any other device manufacturer, like the ones that manufactures these devices?
So now, because we were dealing with now the weather and now on the accuracy of the data that they are supposed to be sending to the media and everything, we measure on the meteorologists because all these organizations depend on them now in displaying now the data to the nations.
You mentioned that it's about early warning. I'm trying to understand how this helps with the early warning, because we are not seeing the location. I don't know, do you know the number of devices that are out there? And also trying to understand why do they need to be recalibrated again if it's already done on installation?
So we thought of early warning because when this data is not accurate, that means the information that is being sent, it's not the accurate thing. So and that may lead to late evacuation of people. And so when you calibrate this instrument, you're able to get the accurate data. And so the information being sent is the correct one.
So in this case, the solution that you have is about calibrating the early warning systems, but the data that's collected by the early warning system is captured by a different system altogether. Is that correct? Okay, cool. Thank you.
Are there specific signals that tell the user that this device needs to be calibrated? Is there any consideration of, have you thought about that specific area? The question is more coming from the aspect of, I'm a human, I could take a thermometer, do calibration wrong and not know about it. How will I know next time that this needs to be done before use?
So on our mobile app, there are some steps that are highlighted there because this meteorologist, it's not the same person that is working with this instrument. So it provides an outline on how you should handle this. And yeah.
Do we have a timeline for when this data is collected so we know when to flag for an early disaster coming?
Yeah, so like basically when we went for usability testing here, the Kenya Meteorological Offices, they were going to take their data after each and every 45 minutes. So, and in our application we have the reminder bit where you can set the reminder for your next going to collect the data.
So first I'd like to say you've done a very good job. I think your app would try and at least help us prepare for El Nino, which we had waited for a number of weeks. People bought boats that became very useless and then again became useful, so it depends on where you are. I just want to point out on what Dixon said, which is without a map, we are unable to know the severity of the impact of anything that would happen, so we are not warned early enough. Also, if we're getting data of readings, we could have possibly employed a machine learning model, maybe what would be able to tell us. So because of this, or even an if statement, if this is the reading, then it means it's more likely than not this place will have a hurricane or this place will have an earthquake because you have the sensor data. So it would have been nice to also see that on a map, showing us based off of the data that we have, especially if you're collecting it every 45 minutes, it means we have a lot of data that we could use. So based off of this data, this is what we are seeing. This is how we are alerting the users well in advance that there's possibly going to be an earthquake in Karen tomorrow, and so people prepare. Yes?
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you. And our final group for the day, Amali.
So good afternoon. Athletics hold an immense significance in Kenya and has proved to be an economic stronghold where many Kenyan athletes are earning a living through their athletic success. The word success has never been a theme to all Kenyan athletes. Meet Kiprop, a 28 years old athlete, and has been practicing since he was 21 years. He has never got a chance to participate in any commercial races due to financial constraints. So his experience has never been good because he wanted to help his family and his community at large. So this situation of Kiprop led us to asking ourselves, how might we provide better support and resources for Kenyan athletes so that they can reach their full potential? From the findings, one of the prominent things that emerged from our research is financial aspect. 85% of the athletes reveal that having sufficient resources and being financially stable will alleviate issues related to mental health and other problems that may potentially hinder their performance. The results highlighted the significant impact financial constraints can have on athletes' well-being and their overall performance. So, in order to help Kiprop and thousands of other athletes suffering from financial constraints, we developed Amali app and web portal. On Amali app, we have 2 users, athletes and regular users, or rather fans. If you are an athlete, you'll have to input your achievements and upload videos of you performing to showcase your talent. The video uploaded by the athletes will be viewed by the regular users. Also, athletes can donate to fellow athletes, and fans too can donate to athletes of their choice as well.
So, given that an athletes have been registered in the Amali mobile app and sponsors have logged into the Amali web portal, sponsors will be able to see all the details of the athletes who have been registered in the Amali app. For example, when a sponsor wants to search for the athlete of their choice, they will be able to see more details about the athletes. For example, when a sponsor wants to click on to donate to an athlete, they will be able to click on the donate button, where they will be taken to a donation page, where they will be required to fill in their details such as the phone number, when a sponsor clicked on the donate button, they will receive a notification prompting them to donate to Amali account. So Amali web portal will be used by the sponsors to know more about their athletes.
So why Amali? Amali will broaden financial opportunities for Kenyan athletes, where they will gain access to more funding sources. It will also increase the visibility and exposure of athletes' talents and the videos they've been posting. So now we'll take our judges through how Amali works, and so a win for our athletes is a victory to our nation.
So once when someone is logged in, they're able to do this video view, but there are various videos just like how TikTok works. And in the moment, some of the videos will take long because we are fetching them from fathers. Someone can also, if you're an athlete, you're able to upload a video, so you can put a short description of what the video entails. If it's maybe training, you can maybe write marathon training. And then when you say upload a video, you relate it to your gallery where you have various videos, and then you can maybe add this video. So since it's from Firebase, it will take, so try to toast a message. size of the video, it will take a while. I'll just take you through the one that has uploaded before. So this is where you do net. You click on this icon, then you enter your full name, the email address based on what you had used initially, then the phone number, because we first basically focusing on Kenya more, because you have to donate with PayPal if it's international and something like this. So still using M-Pesa, you're able to donate to the Raja.
Miaka imepita, yeah, my love, ona zile picha, jua likitua, nyota zinatangaza kuwa nakupenda, na wewe unajua, mama, my love.
So we believe that Amali will take Kenya to another level in terms of sports. Thank you.
Sorry, so when the fan or sponsor donates, does the money go directly to the athlete?
The money goes into a Amali account, but it will come with the details of the person who has donated and the person who has been donated, the athlete.
Okay, and then there's you, admin, I'm
The
assuming.
agent, yeah.
And another question, what would incentivize someone to come to the platform and donate for an athlete? What would incentivize a person or what we are calling fans to come in and donate to a specific athlete?
So when a fan is in the app and then goes through maybe the videos and has seen a video that he likes of this athlete and has also seen the activities that the athlete has been doing, either the practices that he's been doing, the achievements that he has achieved. For example, in Boston, in Boston or other games, then maybe the fan will be interested in this athlete and will be able to donate to.
Plus, we believe our platform is more unique. Yeah, we've never seen a platform where it's only for athletes. So having our platform centralized specifically for athletes, I believe it gives us a plus.
And also at the moment, Athletics Kenya, they have, but the athletes that they are having are only the athletes that have ever participated in competitions. So mind you, what of the athletes that have never participated in any competitions, but they have the talents?
So they upload videos of competitions they did in a local setting.
Or
And
rather,
trainings, yeah.
or rather trainings. If you have any video that you see that it can give you exposure, you are able to upload it and then get the exposure that you aspire.
Long way in creating value to others that are trying so hard to come up. So the question will be around the solution itself, which is more of exposure of this expertise to their fans and potentially sponsors. So the question will be, why build an app? Why an app and not try what other solution apart from the app could work to resolve the same problem?
So the first thing that came in mind when we came up with the solution is that naturally for a sponsor, for me to want to sponsor someone, I want someone who's already known in the market. I want someone who's doing quite well. So we thought of the Amali mobile application as just a centralized place where the other upcoming athletes can be able to get support from the people around them. And when the people around them are supporting them, they'll gain more exposure and the sponsors will get to know, there's somebody like Eliud Kipchoge who exists. So coming now down to our web portal, the sponsor does not need necessarily to download our application. We'll just come to the web portal and he can be able to see Eliud Kipchoge. But necessarily what will make Eliud Kipchoge to be able to propel is a mobile application from the community that is going to get there.
What I think I'm getting to is more of, you'll have a distribution problem the videos that these people are taking to make sure they get to the right eyeballs, right? And it's a question of what other tactics did you consider around making sure that this person who is potentially talented get to be seen by other folks that are not available within the viewpoint.
So in the future, for them to be able to gain more, we were thinking of infusing it with NFTs so that they can be able to gain internal brand royalties, and also for them to be able to document their achievements for future generations. Yeah.
Okay, one last question. Have you thought about adding targets for the athletes that are racing? So maybe the athlete wants to join a certain competition and there's an amount of money, and then it would be nice to also see the progress of how much money has been raised for athlete X, for instance.
In terms of like, if you're aspiring to get a certain amount of money, if maybe you're at 10% and you still need contribution, it will be able to be displayed there, like you need maybe 90%, and then now the people who like want to donate to you will be able to say that you need a certain amount of money to achieve this certain target. Maybe go to Budapest Marathon, a certain marathon, yeah. And also implementing of communities, maybe in our app later on, because we need also this. Despite the financial constraints, we also understood that athletes also face from mental breakdown. So if they have a community where they like share experiences, it will be better. But that's something we're iterating upon.
The relevance for the application is something that's being asked. I understand maybe it is. The target matter is not Kipchoge, the target it's more about the person that's unknown. And we have already plenty of solutions and social media and elements around that. I'm wondering, does the application consider having any integrations? Because you don't need to host the videos could go to YouTube or some other platform. How do you reach out? How is the platform enabling that person to reach out to fans? Because fans might not know about your website, but they are on X or some other social environment. So have you considered those particular elements? But yeah.
Okay, so I'd say what was at the back of our minds when we came up with Amali mobile application and the uploading videos feature was just that it's more of a centralized place where I don't really need to see unnecessary information. All I have to see is the athletes' videos. But when I go to YouTube, YouTube doesn't naturally support athletes having their videos come up or all that. The moment I'm on YouTube, I get all kinds of videos. Yes, I can be able to subscribe to their channels and all that, but for Amali mobile application, the moment you come into the app, I know that this place is only for athletes. Yeah.
Ideally, you can link the user on the platform directly to their YouTube profile, or send them to very specific video within the platform. That's what I would hope you can be able to do that. That's something you could consider. Or send them to a very specific place, not necessarily that you're going to YouTube any particular element. And with algorithms and all that, then they start getting similar recommendations. But anyway, on the technical implementation side, what tools, technologies did you guys use? And what are the challenges that you had to, any one challenge that you had to overcome? How did you overcome it? Thank you.
Okay, so for the mobile application, we used Kotlin, and one of the challenges that we faced was on coming up with the uploading videos. So at first, we had thought of having an API for uploading videos, but now we were thinking that what if our database crashes, because we want these athletes to download as many videos as much as possible, as much as they want. So we had to link to databases. We had to have our backend linked to the Firebase, yeah. So we first set up the Firebase where each and every athlete, if I download a video, then it's directed to our backend, and we can be able to know that this is the specific athlete who downloaded this video, yeah.
So another challenge we faced is the part of donation, because we had to integrate M-Pesa. So we had to go through various resources on Daraja to be able to integrate M-Pesa successfully, and someone can see the SDK push. So that's something we had to teach ourselves on how to do and integrate M-Pesa.
Just to iterate on what Dixon had said in terms of space, because videos can be very bulky for a mobile app, and then storage is also very limited, especially if you're looking at someone who's climbing up. They're probably using Android 8, 9, the space is very limited. So I think the option would be to go the route where you direct them to a platform that exists, and when they're loading also there should be a limit on the bandwidth or how much MBs of video they're loading as well.
I would say the first thought that we had is that we wanted to maximize it as much as possible. So at the end of the day, we get to be the agents who are going to link the athletes to the sponsors. That even if there's any funds to be used, that we have to be the ones to handle the funds, so we don't need to use another external platform.
Okay. On the website, what was the technology?
React, and we have the web portal. This is where we use Next.js for the building.
Again, great presentation, and at the risk of sounding very Kenyan, the question is, how do we know that the athletes have actually received their funds? Because we have had several crowdsourcing websites that came up. So how do you, did you think about that? Like, how do you build trust in? We've seen the videos, I've donated, the money has come to you. This small athlete might not have access to social media with a great following, or maybe news channels for them to say, I got this money or I didn't. So how does your platform, how will I know, how do you build trust in your platform by showing us that the small money that I've given has actually reached the recipient?
Okay, when someone donates to an athlete, it will show us the person who has donated and the person who he or she has donated to, and we also have the phone numbers of the athletes. So the money we can send the money to them because we have their phone numbers.
So additionally, when you are keying in your details as an athlete, you have that part of putting in also the camp that you are coming from. So whatever that you have put in there, also when someone donates to you, it will reflect like, this is an athlete from Kaptagat camp, this an athlete from, all those places. And then it will also come with the phone number of the athlete and all the details of the athlete. So that will help us like to know whose athlete has been donated to.
Okay, so you're revealing private information of the athletes to strangers when we donate, because showing us their phone numbers is PII.
You are not the one that will see the phone number, it's the agents.
Okay, but my question is, me, as the user on the front end, okay, I have given money on your platform via M-Pesa. How do I know it reached the athlete? Is there a dashboard that will show this is the amount of money that was generated, that went to this specific person, or does it just stop at money has gone and that's it?
Okay, so
I think on that, on our dashboard, you can iterate on that and maybe add a section where you're saying the transaction progress in terms of this amount has reached and maybe more is needed if you need to contribute more. So that's something maybe you can iterate upon the other phase of production.
Okay. My question is based off the eligibility criteria. Is this for professional athletes or for amateur athletes? And also, I'd like to know if, for you to be a professional athlete, do you have to go through a registration process with the AK, the Athletics Kenya board? And how do you then identify real athletes from catfish? Because with the power of AI now, a lot can happen. And even just Kenyans in general are very creative.
Okay, to answer that, first we can't get data from Athletics Kenya like just simply, because it's like a base from them. So when we went for usability testing, we also passed through AK and we were able to talk with the president of AK, and he said that if it's something they can implement on in terms of third-party integration, so we can maybe talk with them, and then maybe they'll be like, we can now verify these athletes if they're in our database, and then now we can go to progress in terms of donation. Yeah, so we first have to pass through a because they have the database of athletes, mostly those who are registered under them.
I think Amali is a great product. Let me just add my comments. And I like what she asked about data protection. I was just a bit concerned about that as an area of improvement. And also I was saying it's a great product in enabling the young athletes who otherwise would not maybe come up, or their talents would just die in the process. But keep it up. This is a great product, especially for sports tourism in Kenya.
I just also want to say what everyone is saying. I think this is brilliant. I think that's the questions that are coming out are telling you to make it more centered towards the community of the same idea. The guy was it idea who said center it to around the community of the trackers. I would say, human-centered design thinking. Think about the user, the athlete, and what they would want this platform to do for them, whether they're able even to engage with their funds minimally, whether this virtual wallet that holds these funds can do more. There's so much about people who earn an income that's not steady, that's not salaried, that inhibits them from so many things. Access to credit, access to insurance policies. Just having a virtual wallet that puts monies together from different directions, including myself as an athlete. Can I save in this virtual wallet? And then what can I do with that? Can it buy me some bargaining power for whatever? Can I have my merchandise? Can I brand myself? There's so much that I can do on this platform if I'm the one managing my profile and my wallet. But this is brilliant because international scouts, Nike, can come onto your platform to scout for talent. This is brilliant. You can do local-based endorsements before you get to being endorsed by Nike. The Kenyan shoe company, Enzo, or whoever, can come and, Home 254 can have you, there's just exponential things we can do with this platform. Make it more centered towards the needs of the athlete. See what bargaining power they can get by being on this platform, and so much it's brilliant.
Thank you. We have come to the end of the pitches. I think all 17 groups deserve a big round of applause. So for the second phase of the pitches, I'll have the judges deliberate for 6 minutes, 5, 7. So I'll give you 7 minutes, but you won't deliberate here. You'll deliberate at the garden. There's fresh air. It's different. Yeah, so 7 minutes. In the meantime, I'd love to hear from you. What did you guys think about the pitches? Comments? What was the general feel? Anyone with something?
I would say amazing talent in the house. I've liked every pitch, so kudos to every team.
Sorry, your name? Your name?
My name is Pauline. I'm the HR at FinPlus Group.
Thank you, Pauline. Anyone else? Any favorites? It doesn't mean they'll win. It doesn't mean they won't win. You're just saying that you really like them, or... Okay.
I feel like we didn't talk enough about the immunization in Somalia. I feel like they didn't get enough time for discussion. I really want to hear more. Like, what did the Somalians say, Uko? Like, tell us more. I liked that. And it's very powerful. Governments can use it.
Okay, so one person from Wasan can come and... Aniso, do you want to take the... Did you have specific questions? Okay. Okay, here you go.
Okay. At first, like when we were looking at the immunization sector, we started at looking at Kenya and also Rwanda. So while we were doing the research, we could see that the levels of like the immunization rates of both Kenya and Uganda were Kenya had 97% rate and Rwanda had 96% rate in the immunization sector. So we asked ourselves, like, our group comprised of 3 Kenyans, 1 Rwandese, and 1 Somali person. So that's why we were circling around those 3 countries. So when we looked at Somalia, the immunization rates were very low. Like the immunization rates in Somalia are 40% of the children have received vaccines, and only 20% of have fully been vaccinated, meaning that 60% have never received vaccines. So while we were conducting research, we looked at the how vaccine preventable diseases affect children. Like, what are the effects that these vaccine preventable diseases that could have been prevented leave on, like, the marks that they leave on children. So like when in our research, we came to know more about how vaccine preventable diseases like contribute to drought and disease in the outbreak of diseases like polio, measles, and like the outbreak of disease are common everywhere. Like polio, it happens Kenya, it's measles the same. But what we saw in Somalia was different. Like there was a measles outbreak in 2017, which killed, it affected over 20,000 people, and it killed over 600 people. So in our research, we asked ourselves, like, how can we contribute with our knowledge and skills to help those children so that children won't have to undergo the effects of vaccine preventable diseases.
Yeah, to add on that also, the COVID-19 also had an impact in the immunization, especially in Somalia. There was also the cases of default tracing, that is tracing the children who have not yet been fully immunized. And the government of Somalia had deployed 2,000 healthcare workers to go and track these children. And we thought that our device will help in also just keeping those records and making sure that they're visualized on the dashboard for also the NGOs can also just have a call with one of the parents and also check up if they have their details. And also there's also the issue of vaccine acceptance, and that's why we thought of the fingerprint, so that just to make sure that the parent gives consent and is fully aware and can also help in improving just the immunization system. Yeah.
So for the immunization sector, UNICEF and WHO are trying their best to help the children. But what happens is that the health workers, they have a problem with parents forgetting their records, and when they go to a field and administer vaccines in a camp or a remote area, most parents are not there for their parents, and you can't administer a vaccine to a parent who's not there. So that's when we came up with the idea of the fingerprint, because the fingerprint will ensure that a parent must be there for their child, and the parents will take responsibilities on that. And so for what we were doing generally was to help the WHO and the UNICEF employees who are already at field and trying their best to change the narrative, help them with the technological devices and tools so that they can do their best in their work.
Okay. So that we avoid another pitch, do you have specific questions you'd like to ask?
Is there any way it can be more patient-centered, or not just for the NGO worker? What's the interaction to change health-seeking behavior to the parents? Are there prompts? Are there maybe I missed a part of it? I don't know. Yeah.
There is something we wanted to improve on, and that was because now we have the parents' phone number, and we understand the due date of the child. So when they are due, now we'll now be sending SMSs. That is now what we're working on.
Yeah, and also we thought of also like sending out flyers and also educating them on how just to improve the vaccine acceptance in Somalia.
Okay, now to be told to avoid another pitch and to allow other old people to also talk. My general comment to everyone who had health-facing innovation is try and make it patient-centered, because health-seeking behavior, decisions in what to do are better taken up when the motivation is intrinsic, when the person actually decides, and that decision-making comes from knowledge. So before you even go to the fact that you need to register someone biometrically and all that, you know, I don't know if you've ever seen that meme for the ladies carrying water in a bucket in a dry, arid area, and someone comes and says, I've developed an app to show you where the water points, where the water points are so you can fetch water. And the ladies are thinking in their head, but does that app carry the water for me? Like, yes, that's a problem, but is that the first problem? So the first problem in healthcare is always health-seeking behavior. You have to tap into the psyche of the patient and make them want to engage with the health sector. So start with the low-hanging fruits, because the gaps in those semi-arid and arid areas are more knowledge-based. Start with addressing those patient-centered knowledge-based, because you might want to come and take my fingerprints and then I'm telling you, no, you can't do this to my fingers or whatever. So I think it's really good that epidemiological trends in diseases, that's like looking at how diseases are spreading and, you know, all those things, you can map them out. But start with the low-hanging fruits that are patient-centered, that empower the patient to make a decision using their phone. It's always better, yeah, for anyone who has a health innovation. Yeah. Yes, I'm a doctor. And I work in health innovations, and yeah.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Anyone else with a comment? You can also say something, by the way. Anyone else? Okay, I think the judges are almost done. So I think it's time to announce the winners. Yeah. Sorry? We have goodies for the winners. Really nice stuff. You want to win. You want to be top 3, is what I'm saying. I should have said earlier. Just give me 1 minute. Let me confirm. Gone then.
Yeah.
So, looks like the judges, it's heated and they can't decide. So, I am your entertainment for now. I dance. Need help. I need help. No, it has to be a dance, I know. It has to be those ones for TikTok. I want help, not competition. Help. No competition. No competition. Just help. Closer. No, no, I was joking. I was joking about the dance. We're still live, by the way. So I think one of the trainers can give a comment or just say something to. Hunter, please come. Where were you going? Where?
Good afternoon. Yes. So I'd say my experience during the whole process of the projects was interesting. We worked with interesting can be good or bad, depends on the groups we are working with. But I'd say we've learned a lot as those who are reviewing the projects, and we've improved on our skills since to see how you're supposed to create your dashboard. We've also learned as well, and you've learned as well during this process. And I'd say as all of you are going to the workspace, I think you'll make a Kinetics flag fly high for front-end engineers, back-end as well. Yes, so I'd say it has been interesting and it was fun, and I'm very excited to see who is the winner.
Thank you, Hunter. Anyone else?
How are you, Ni? I would say I'm very proud. That's the thing. Like, and I'm also appreciating the trainers for the work they've done, because looking at most of the solutions, they were very relevant and relatable. But at the same time, just seeing you people having grown, you know, when you're a trainer, it's like you feel like a parent. You know, because when we started, I remember people used to feel like they'd cry, you know, like they were not very confident standing in front of people and speaking, and just seeing how far you've come. I'm a very proud human being. Yeah. So I really wish you all the best, and like take it upon yourselves, like as much as yes you're doing this as a project to graduate, take it beyond that, because a lot of these things are very relevant and you can choose to work on them and make some money. So you want to make extra money. It's not just about having a job, you can actually make some money out of whatever you're creating. Yeah, so I'm so proud of you. I wish you all the best I'm looking forward to also seeing who wins, because this is tough. This is tough. Yeah, so thank you very much.
Thank you. I realized I didn't introduce myself, sorry. My name is Lydia Dur, and I am the communications engineer. I engineer words, pictures, yeah, what you see in the website, and text. That is me. Yes. So I think it's almost time now. I think it's time. Yeah, the judges are ready.
up your body and move sucker. Suffer with this body, make we run, I'm on a low key. Baby, you know me. They get us to go move where you know go. Green, come make a drive your, come make a drive this your jalo. Baby, allow me, tip you off with the alawi. See body, oh. See body, oh. Egg by me, oh. You dey bust in my bololo. You dey bust in my bololo. Please help me, oh. Me, I don't jam waiting, but I'm here waiting the water. Green body make a rock and yeah. I know you seen your me. I get the money pass your papa. Waiting you one way I don't feel too for you. Why you want the booga one? Share you be kiss Daniel. You better dog your body and move. You to the form with this love for 15, baby. And lend me. I get the pounds for you. You want they do like say night I know the end. You to the still they do like say your waist know the end. You know.
The results are out. The results are out. Everyone's a winner. So they're still deciding. Yes, really. Yeah, so the challenge is that they all have different winners. One, yes. Oh yeah. We need a choir. Like we had. Who have been invited? Okay. Oh. So, these are the class of 2023. You could. So this basically the pitch is they've pretty much graduated. They're just waiting to graduate. So they're now free. They're now kind of like alumni from tomorrow. Some of the trainers are here. I think they can. Yes, some of the trainers are here. I think they can come and just briefly introduce themselves because people are curious about you.
All right. Hi, everyone. Hi. For our guests, my name is Veronica Thamaini, and I train a class that is non-technical, navigating your journey for everything else that life demands of any professional and human being to be to thrive. Yeah. When I'm not at Akira Chicks, I work for Wikimedia Foundation, the host of Wikipedia. Yeah.
Yeah, so the trainers actually should have mentioned they're not full-time Akira Chick staff because they're working in the industry, so they're consultants for Akira Chicks. Yes. Rogers.
Hi again. For the guests, thank you so much for making the time to come here. Rogers Owoko is my name. That's what they taught me. Is my name, not are my names. Okay, is my name. Is my name. I'm the professional development trainer. Basically, these people need jobs. Yes, they are technical, but they need to know how, first of all, can I be confident enough to present myself before people? How can I look for opportunities that are relevant and relate to me? And then how do I thrive in an environment, in any environment with the skills that I actually have? So that's what I do. Thank you very much.
Where is Hunter? Oh.
Hi again. I am Hunter Achieng Cynthia. I am the trainer responsible for front-end development, everything to do with JavaScript, and I am a software engineer at a company called Shara. Thank you. Yes, I'm also an alumni class of 2021.
We also have other trainers. I'm not a technical person, so help me out. We have our backend. It's called Mwai. I know their names, just, yeah. We also have John, that's mobile. We have Carol, is the PM trainer. We also have Joy with research. We also have. We have data. We have a data class, and Sharon is actually here. Which other trainer did I leave? Oh yeah. Yes, we also have IoT, the mini. We have IoT, that's Barre, and Design Eric. Yes. So the program runs for 10 months. They come in end of January and they're leaving 1st of December. So 1st of December they graduate. So it's pretty much learning 4 years worth of work in 1 year. But it's very practical. So they get the skills that is needed to go into the industry, and that's what they do. Yeah, and it's very intense. It's a very intense program. They will tell you. It needs the kind of person who's self-driven, who knows what they want, and that's the kind of person who would succeed in the codeHive program. So I believe they've come to the end, and they've succeeded. Yeah. So that's pretty much the program. But we have a really cool website. It's really nice, though. It is. It's really nice. And you can get more information. Also, you can always follow us on our social media. This is me, the comms person, really insisting. Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, X. Not Twitter, but X. LinkedIn, all social media platforms at Akira Chicks. Yes. Still waiting for the judges. It's tough, as I said. Clearly not everyone's a winner, that's why they're still inside there. But I think in a bit we'll know who won and who's getting the goodies. Yes. It's giving mandamano. Yes. So in a few minutes we'll be ready to announce.
For you, you want they do like say night I know they end. You too they still they do like say your waist no they end. You know they and then you follow my command, baby do like I do, baby front and back, give me boom back a boom. Suffer with this body, make we run, I'm on a low key, baby you know me. They get us to go move where you know go breathe. Come make a drive your, come make a drive this your jalo. I know you seen on me. I get the money pass your papa. Wait till you want where I know feed you for you. Why you want the booga one? Share you be kiss than any. You better drop your body and move talk up. Suffer with this body. Make we run, I'm on a low key. Baby, you know me. They get us to go move where you know go. Breathe. Come make a drive your come make a drive this your jalo. Another banger. Come here, we see the water you. Green body make I rock, yeah. I know you seen on me. I get the money pass your papa. Wait till you want where I know feed do for you. Why you want the booga one? Share you be better drop your body and move sucker. Suffer with this body, make we run, I'm on a low key. Baby, you know me. They get us to go move where you know go. Green, come make a drive your, come make a drive this your jalo. Please, baby, allow me. Tip you off with the alawi. See body, oh. See body, egg by me, oh. You dey bust in my bololo. You dey bust in my bololo. Please help me, oh. Me, I don't jam waiting, but some here waiting the water. Green body make I rock, yeah. I know you seen your me. I getting money pass your papa. Waiting you one way I know fit do for you. Why you want the booga one? Share you be kiss than any. You better drop your body and move. You to the form with this love for 15, baby. Lend me. I get the bounce for you. You want they do like say night I know the end. You to the still they do like say your waist know the end. You know the bend. You follow my command, baby. Do like I do, baby. Front and back, give me boom back a boom. Sucker, suffer with this body. Make we run, I'm on a low key. Baby, you know me. They get us to go move where you know go. Green, come make a drive your, come make a drive this your jalo. Please, baby, allow me. Tip you off with the allow. Come here, waist in the water. Green body make I rock, yeah. I know you seen your me. I getting money pass your papa. Wait till you one way I know feel do for you. Why you want the booga one? Share you be kiss than any. You better drop your body and move sucker. Suffer with this body. Make we run, I'm on a low key. Baby, you know me. They get us to go move where you know go. Green, come make a drive your, come make a drive this your jalo. Para bila pesa kidonda, cheki dem yako na kutoka, wananitanga Maradona, jumu wapata nikisonga, usipandishe mbembo boda boda, yondo siku ya mwisho utamwona, usiulize kani ligonga, jiulize kile niliona, ai akema mwana sare driver, na kupigana bila muda, vidole mbili weka pisa, hizo zingine weka insert. You know I pull up like a G. Shorty ameweza, she's a free. Hakuna kitu ya free. Nagusa nina kani real. You know they love me from
We're almost there. Does anyone here for any questions that you may have in the meantime that you'd like me to, or anyone to answer? Or we could play charades. Okay? Oh, okay. I have a question. What has a neck but no head? There's a gift for... No, you can't Google. There's a gift for whoever gets the answer right. You can't answer, except Gaia. What has a neck but no head? No. Yeah? A what? Close. No, you're out. You can't Google these things. What? You had that question has been out. Next question. The more you take, the more you leave behind. What am I? Yeah. Come for gift. No, I mean it. Footsteps. I am easy to lift but hard to throw. What am I? Easy to lift but hard to throw. No, Gaia. Yes, read it. A what? No. You easy to throw, baby. Oh my God. Yes. Yeah? Huh? Hand. No. It's easy to lift. Yes, but it's hard to throw. Where you? Yeah, it's a feather. A feather. What? This one's super easy. What goes up but never comes down? Close enough. That's a very valid answer, yeah. What other answer? Yes? Where's that phone you're searching with? You're not? Yeah, it's age. The answer is age. But either way, it just never goes down. Why is Europe like a frying pan? I can see you. Why is Europe like a frying pan? It's very silly. It's a white joke. Just know Europe. What's at the bottom? No. Because it has grease at the bottom. Okay, Eileen. That's a good one. What is more useful when it's broken? What's more useful when it's broken? Where's the phone? It's an egg, actually. It's an egg. If you guys don't get this one, that's it. What fish costs the most? Okay, no. You said? A goldfish! A goldfish. No, I have no more riddles. A goldfish. I am an odd number, take away a letter, and I become even. What number am I? Is anyone still doing the... the You're getting it now? Oh. 6 years later.
Sacrifice and compromise, or maybe it's a phase. Cause everybody's talking, but ain't nobody listening. Pale nimefika nimekusoma, pale nimefika wewe huwezi badilika. Nimekusoma, pale nimefika nimekusoma, huwezi badilika. Bado naogopa wewe huwezi badilika. Bado naogopa wewe huwezi badilika. Bado
pengs wamezidi, pengs kama mimi. Yeah.
For real.
Yeah, Nairobi pengs wamezidi, pengs kama mimi.
Yeah.
Pengs wako fiti,
Yeah.
pengs kwenye mini.
Nairobi pengs wamezidi, peng siyo bibi, peng hana limits, peng pewa mbili.
Nairobi pengs wamezidi, pengs kama mimi. Pengs wako fiti, pengs kwenye mini.
Nairobi pengs wamezidi, peng siyo bibi, peng hana limits, peng pewa mbili. Yo, peng she has been a fan, peng anapenda peng, peng anapiana piana, peng pedi ana slang, peng says he understand, peng haizi rada shang, peng upiga Kenya Kane, peng wa Brayo Jonah Ken, peng wa IG apendaki English za Twitter, na peng wa Twitter ni sura ndi ana feature, peng ametulia mwingine ulalamika, peng unifulia mwingine hunianika, peng ako fiti wera yoliza na die how. Peng namdishi keja saa ingine ni guest house, peng hawaitishi fair hawaga na ndai zao, peng ni fisi tena ye hujamka
Nairobi
haibao.
pengs wamezidi, pengs kama mimi. Pengs wako fiti, pengs kwenye mini.
Nairobi pengs wamezidi, peng siyo bibi, peng hana limits, peng pewa mbili.
Nairobi pengs wamezidi, pengs kama mimi. Pengs wako fiti, pengs kwenye mini.
Nairobi pengs wamezidi, peng siyo bibi, peng hana limits, peng pewa mbili.
Mini peng wa mapeng, peng wa maplans. Huyu peng akikupenda, huyu peng atakupe. Peng ndani ya bands, huyu peng uwanga Bobby, but downtown ana blend. Mini peng ana uradi, mi washa na my fans. Kwenye score mi uchapa 10, better watch out for your mans. But you know I got my bands, mini peng na as a swing. Celebila my bling, mina represent my queens. Wanna run game on my kings. Peng wa shash na lip gloss, kwenye hotbox ni my fumes. Peng CEO, hapa ni masuti na perfumes. Peng niko na ganji, cheki pasi ko full. Peng sipendi mchezo, chunga skata do my goons. Nairobi pengs wamezidi, pengs kama mimi. Pengs wako fiti, pengs kwenye mini.
Nairobi pengs wamezidi, peng siyo bibi, peng hana limits, peng pewa mbili.
Nairobi pengs wamezidi, pengs kama mimi. Pengs wako fiti, pengs kwenye mini.
Nairobi pengs wamezidi, peng siyo bibi, peng hana limits, peng pewa mbili.
Spyro, now only me one life. See us with daylight beat sunrise. I will never leave your side. I will never ever go. I dedicate my time to you, my guy. Even if the road be rough, I don't mind. 'Cause you be my G for life. Yeah, I'm feeling good tonight. 'Cause I did here with my guys. I got plenty for my mind, but right now I'm with my guys. I don't fear them got my back. So you don't see my formation. I call out big combination. Steady inspiration. I'm 100 concentration. When my guys them go low, bad energy far away. I thank God for my real G's. Good friends will be money. Who is your guy?